Fantastic. What you learned? Testing 1, 2, 3. and the First Nations on which we are learning, educating, and living. Councilmember Rosati, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
United States of America, to the republic, and a nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Ms. Cutera, please take the roll call at this time.
Member Cano,
Present.
Clerk Weisberg,
Present.
Vice President Ponce Kamkar,
Present.
President Agakanian.
Present, we have 4 members. We have a quorum. Item 5, reporting on closed session. There's nothing to report. Item 6, any request to address the board? And we're gonna move. No, it jumped it. Any adjustments to the agenda? Ms. Weisberg.
Thank you very much. Because I want the focus tonight to be as intentional as possible and that we can spend as much time with the candidates as we possibly can. We have a lot of speakers tonight, so I'd like to propose, and I hold on, let me put this. I would like to propose that we limit public comment to 2 minutes per card, which is within the Brown Act to do, so that we can make the bulk of the meeting focused on our applicants. So that is my adjustment.
Yeah, we have, I think at this point, 19 candidates to hear from tonight. Our board bylaw 9323 says 5 minutes per speaker, but does allow us to adjust for public comment. We know that people, I understand this isn't a conversation. I really want to make sure that we hear from everybody, but most importantly, I want to hear from our speakers. If you have things that you want to make sure that we hear, or from our candidates, excuse me. We're going to get about 12 minutes from them. We have an obligation to the public to make a really important decision, I would say tonight, but I have a feeling that it is going to go over the course of more than one evening. And so, you know, we have the ability to shorten our time. I agree with Dr. Weisberg that we should shorten it to 2 minutes per speaker. I think that's still a reasonable amount and consistent with other public forums.
I would also encourage people to continue to email us. We received a lot of emails.
Okay, can we vote on this? And you want 2? I want 5. What about you? You want 2? The 3 on 1, I guess 2 minutes it is.
Okay.
All right, so we'll keep it because majority of the board members voted on 2 minutes. Unless, again, I will read the statement once it comes up. Because if the board, well, we have 5.
I mean, we think we need to agree on a number before public comment starts. We don't change the number once public comment starts. That would not be fair.
Okay, so all in favor of 2 minutes? Say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Opposing? So 3-1. 2 minutes it is.
Right.
All right. So now we are at item 6. A request to address the board. Any individual or group representative present this evening may address the Board of Education on any agenda item or any subject within jurisdiction of the school board by completing a white request card and turning it into Ms. Quintero. Speakers are requested to state their name prior to speaking to the board. Not more than 2 minutes may be allotted to each speaker except by the unanimous consent of the Board of Education. The superintendent may refer the matter to the proper department for review. The district is providing alternatives to in-person attendance for viewing and participating. And do we have any virtual speakers? We have 1. Are we ready for the virtual speaker? And make sure they state their name.
Oh, good. Okay, as soon as I'm done. Is it working? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, fab. Good evening, community members, members of the Board of Education, and fellow
Make sure she
BUSD
has 2
staff.
minutes.
My name is Sarah Schwartz, and I'm a Burbank teacher, a BUSD parent, and the president of the Burbank Teachers Association. This week, you will make one of the most significant steps to date to rebuild trust with the Burbank community. The individual you appoint to fill this vacancy will reflect your priorities, and BTA members have high expectations. First, the trustee you appoint needs to be prepared to engage with the community publicly, advocating for public education, celebrating our school's accomplishments, and sharing a vision of what is possible with adequate investment in our district students. We need trustees who are ready to roll up their sleeves and engage with our community in building a positive shared vision for public education in Burbank. We need to move from being reactive to proactive as a district, and we need a trustee ready to help lead that change. The community deserves someone accessible, prepared to work with all of the district's existing partners while also helping bring in voices we haven't traditionally heard from. We need someone who understands that to do this job well, they are committing to more than just 2 meetings a month. Second, we need a trustee who shares our values. Most Burbank residents, employees, and families believe that children of all races, backgrounds, and genders should have the freedom to learn and be themselves. And now, more than ever, with the national leaders trying to divide our community based on where we were born or what we look like to further their own power and wealth, we need a trustee with the courage to stand up for every student. We need a trustee who understands that our schools and our community are strongest when we stand together, protect one another, and invest in the public good, just like we did when we passed Measure ABC and when we supported employees and students impacted by the wildfires. Finally, we need a trustee who views educators, school employees, and their unions as valuable contributors and partners in our school district success alongside parents and students. We need a trustee who understands that working together, we can accomplish so much good for and in BUSD and Burbank, because ultimately, the only way forward is together. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that the last one? Thank you. So our first speaker is Marsha Ramos.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Dr. Macias, community members. I'm Marsha Ramos, lifelong community advocate and volunteer, former mayor and chair of Burbank Unified School District's Measure S School Bond, and a graduate of Burbank Schools, and 4 generations of the Ramos family have attended Burbank Schools. This evening, the 4 of you are tasked with the responsibility of selecting a new trustee for the Board of Education. Your decision represents the choice of 71,490 registered Burbank voters. It is the most serious decision you will make as trustees of BUSD. This is a critical moment that will reveal your values. The community is trusting you to appoint the most qualified, the most experienced, the strongest candidate for the open seat on the board. You received 20 applications from willing candidates. After careful review of all, there is one candidate that rises far above the others by virtue of her vast experience, unique abilities, and specific talents that fit the needs of today at BUSD. Debbie Kutka was elected to the Board of Education for 7 years and then to the position of City Treasurer for another 7 years. She was also appointed to be the Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services, previously overseeing the department that currently is fraught with scandal, mistakes, and crisis. Ms. Kutka has demonstrated a lifelong commitment to the city and an extensive list of volunteer and professional roles. She was the treasurer for Measure S School Bond, where I worked with her closely and collaboratively nearly every day. Her fiscal skill set, service history, and experience is critical to supporting BUSD through the next years as you strive to earn back the trust of the public.
Thank you very much, Honorable. Suzanne Weir.
I don't have time to complete my statement, so I will say half of it and Alexandra Helfrich will take the rest later. Good evening. I am Suzanne Wertz. You four have a very unique opportunity to demonstrate to your community that you recognize the importance of building back trust so that our district may once again be the reason why families like mine move to Burbank. The responsibility of appointing a new trustee is monumental, particularly in this precarious time. Your board with this new member will have to confront and repair the current financial leadership crises, and you five will hire BUSD's next superintendent. Unraveling and solving many of the financial challenges that have recently come to light is a tremendously important step in ensuring that the next superintendent, whether it's Dr. Macias or someone from your search, has the foundation to succeed and is not saddled with the mess BUSD is currently navigating. And while I'm grateful for the interest and desire to serve demonstrated by every individual who has applied, it's clear that we need someone who has already completed board policy required education training and has tried and true board leadership experience so they can hit the ground running. This important position as a board trustee needs to be filled by someone who's trusted, has institutional knowledge of what has worked well in the past, and understanding of what could be changed for the better. Burbank's taxpayers who gave this board their trust when they voted on the bond deserve someone with extensive fiscal experience and who has knowledge of prior bond allocations and infrastructure improvements. Frankly, I cannot believe our district's good fortune when I saw that recently retired former Board of Education member Debbie Kukta has submitted her application to return to the board. She was elected by our community to serve on the school board in 2005 and again in 2009. She served on the Board of Education until 2012, at which time she was appointed as city treasurer. She was elected to continue in that role in 2013 and was reelected in 2017. She's then served for 3 years as BUSD's Assistant Superintendent of Administrative Services, and her experience is clearly unparalleled in this applicant pool. She has strong ties to the community as a BUSD parent, a PTA leader, a member of school site councils, and the district's budget advisory committee. She's run her own company and she has an MBA. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anita Shackman.
Good evening, Board. My name is Anita Shackman, a 48-year resident and retired BUSD administrator. At the September 18th board meeting, you chose from 42 applicants to fill various categories for the long overdue SFOC. During the appointment process, 2 highly qualified and respected candidates applied in the taxpayer group. One candidate, Greg Jackson, had prior service on a BUSD SFOC, experience that meant he understood bond language, performance audits, procurement requirements, and the difference between eligible and ineligible expenditures. The other candidate, Mark Clark, has 35 years of BUSD facilities and management experience and is currently managing bond projects in another district. These 2 applicants were precisely the kinds of SFOC members the community expects when we place oversight of 500 million taxpayer dollars. Why you would pass up individuals with those qualifications, it baffles me. Mark Clark has specific BUSD facilities and bond knowledge, and Greg Jackson has the SFO experience in BUSD. Ms. Ponzer Kamkar stated, I believe the candidate that you chose, whose application did not contain the qualifications for the taxpayer group, you say, I believe he emailed the entire board and submitted a revised application. His revised application was not in the agenda packet, and a public records request will substantiate whether his email went to all board members. The public expects appointments to be made based on the contents of the application, not in private communications to selected board members. And I had emailed Dr. Agakanian and Ms. Cano and asked them if they received the email. I've received no response to that. So I'm assuming maybe you didn't receive the email. So the Brown Act mandates that the public has a right to know in advance what the board is considering. So I hope that will happen tonight.
Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Chris Rosati.
Thank you for the love and respect. I'm speaking tonight as a resident of Burbank, a lifelong resident since 1967. I went to Roosevelt, Luther, and John Burroughs High School. My mother taught in this district for 2 decades. You have over 20 people on your list to appoint. You know, I know, we all know who the best person to right this ship is. In fact, Debbie is so well qualified that we're all going to wonder why you didn't pick the most independent person, the person that helped this district in its best days, the person that can make the most immediate positive impact. With Debbie, you'll gain a fraction of credibility and start reversing the 10 years of failure. What's happening now is not working. Remember the show Who Wants to Be a Millionaire? Where you get one lifeline call? Here's your lifeline. Your lifeline, call Debbie. Call Debbie. Call Debbie. Ms. Weisberg, call Debbie. Debbie doesn't need you, but you need Debbie. We need Debbie. And I urge you to appoint Debbie Kutka tonight.
Thank you. Next, we have Barry Sarna.
Good evening, board members and staff. So many of us have been coming to speak to you for months now in hope that our words would help educate you. And unfortunately, now the press is doing the educating. And now everyone knows about the problems and they're learning how deep the problems go. 2 weeks ago, Dr. Agakanian was upset enough to ask who is responsible for this. And the answer is clear. It's all of you, especially those who have been on the board the longest. A great teacher, a friend of mine once said, the truth will set you free. And I think now is the time for truth. So take responsibility, if for no other reason than to save your wonderful reputations. And so tonight you have an opportunity to appoint an experienced person to finish the board term on Ms. Tabbitt. So now to correct your mistakes, do the right thing and appoint someone who knows how to do this job the right way to make the district respected again. I read through all the applications this afternoon, and all the candidates are very well-meaning, but that's not what we need right now. We need somebody with experience and expertise to get us through these hard times, and I'll have to echo everyone's voice here. Of course, Debbie would be a no-nonsense choice. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have Kathy Wills.
Good evening, school board, district staff. I'm Kathy Wills, a 30-year Burbank resident, homeowner, and a parent. I'm currently a BTA site rep, and I have been a teacher in Burbank for over 30 years. Until recently, this school district was a source of great pride. Unfortunately, this is no longer the case. You, the board, are responsible for the current state of the district. The buck stops with you. Is this job more than you expected? I bet it is, but it's also a job you ran for and were elected by the people of Burbank to do. I hope you're asking for all records, spending time reviewing finance documents, demanding answers, getting to the bottom of all the serious mistakes that have brought this district to where it is today, and to correct these problems to restore the Burbank Unified School District to its formerly high standard and stellar reputation. As you know, I've addressed the board twice already regarding Andrew Cantwell, his work, his lack of work, and who is now managing his workload. Although I still don't have answers to those questions, it's clear that failure of proper oversight of funds has left us where we are today, with an open seat on the school board, which you are now required to fill. If you're serious about your responsibility to the students of this district, you'll find somebody competent to fill this temporary seat. Someone who has a chance of helping this board to regain the trust and respect of Burbank teachers, administrators, and our taxpayers. There are at least 2 candidates with many of the qualifications and one with all of the qualifications. And I'm very grateful that they are even willing and offering to help you repair this mess. If you have any hope of righting the ship, you will choose a qualified person. And if you don't, then you will be responsible for the further erosion of the reputation of this once respected and school district. Thank you.
Thank you. You have Steve Roman. Steve Roman. I'm sorry. Roman.
That's okay. Good evening, board members. Superintendent Dr. Macias, members of the community, thank you for having me. I'm the current president of the Burbank Association of Realtors. I'm speaking on behalf of myself this evening as a father of a BUSD student and a proud member of this community for almost 24 years. This evening, the board will interview and hear from community members that have demonstrated their willingness to serve the students of Burbank for the next year by volunteering to be board trustee. Each of you, the 4 remaining board trustees, are tasked with the responsibility to select the most qualified candidate for the role during our most turbulent time in history. The word trustee has specific meaning and power. A trustee's utmost duty is to protect the district's best interests through decisions made on its behalf. The board was elected to hold the public's trust to perform specific duties that include entrusting accountability to the public by evaluating the superintendent and setting policy for evaluating other staff. Oversight of policies, student achievement, program effectiveness, and collective bargaining. And perhaps the most important, maintaining all of it, fiscal oversight, including the $500 million bond. The decision you make this week is likely the most significant one you guys are going to make in your role. Second only to one, which will be made next year when hiring a superintendent. You are tasked with making a decision that is typically made by the city voters of Burbank. In this case, you hold all the votes. The trustee you appoint must be uniquely and extremely qualified for the task at hand. You have the opportunity to appoint someone who has past board education service, fiscal management training, bond oversight history, and unparalleled professional experience in civic settings. This person can hit the ground running, be considered a trusted leader in our community already, and be properly vetted, meaning no skeletons in the closet. You have the opportunity to appoint someone who is already elected by the voters of Burbank multiple times and has been entrusted with board service in the past. The essential ability to be a strong partner in solving the most critical issues within the district right now. I'm asking you to be courageous. I'm asking you to make the right decision to hire the only candidate that is right for the job, Debbie Gupta. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna Marie Osgood.
Good evening, board members, Superintendent Macias, and community members. My name is Anne Marie Osgood, a 24-year resident of Burbank. I've had the privilege of serving this community in many ways. Former president of the Burbank Coordinating Council, chamber member, a member of the Magnolia Park Merchants Association, a graduate of Leadership Burbank, PTA member, most importantly, a parent of a BUSD student. These experiences, along with my work as a local realtor, helping families decide where to live and raise their children, give me a unique perspective on how deeply our schools impact the heart of our community. I see every day how the reputation of our district affects not just our student and families, but the stability of our city as a whole. This evening's decision to appoint new trustee to fill the vacancy left by Charlene Tabbitt, who now faces felony embezzlement charges involving this district, is one of the most important decisions this board will make. When trust is broken, this severely restoring integrity and accountability isn't optional. It's community mandate. As parents, we entrust our children to a district we expect to operate with honesty and transparency. As a realtor, I see firsthand how a school's district reputation defines a city's value. When it appears in headlines tied to criminal conduct, it doesn't just erode confidence in the board, it ripples through home values, business investments, and family decision-making. As deeply involved in our community, I also talk to parents every day at games, neighborhood events, and school functions. They're not asking about test scores. They're asking about the unraveling of a school district. Even my neighbors with young children tell me they're now questioning whether to send their kids to our public schools and are seriously considering private and charter options instead. This should concern every single one of us. This appointment tonight is your opportunity to answer the question.
Sorry.
Vote for Debbie Gupta.
Thank you. Gavin Cho. And the last card is Alexandra Helfrich.
Good evening, school board members, Superintendent Oscar Macias, members of the community. My name is Gavin Cho. You may have noticed that we are down from 20 applications to 19. That is because earlier today I made a difficult decision to withdraw my application from consideration, and I wanted to offer the community an opportunity to understand why I arrived at this decision. So I just want to say first and foremost that the entire basis for my decision to apply for this position in the first place was to support Burbank students, our, of course, wonderful educators, staff, administrators, and I encourage the current board members to consider this when making their decision here after interviewing our wonderful applicants. I wanted to place an emphasis and the focus not just on myself and this board, but really to be able to focus in more on my professional capacity with the Burbank Arts and Education Foundation. And I wanted to ensure that I would continue to be able to grow that wonderful organization, and felt that serving in this capacity might limit my ability to serve as the director of development of the foundation. So wanted to thank you all for your time, apologize in advance for any inconvenience, and just thank you all for the opportunity once again, and best of luck.
Thank you, Mr. Cho. And the last card is Alexandra Helfrich. And that's the last card of it.
Good evening. I'm Alexandra Helfrich. Miss Debbie Kutka has not only my strong support, but also the support of the community, as demonstrated by past elections. She is the only candidate who would be able to hit the ground running with zero learning curve. She is ready to once again serve the public good. Ms. Kutka is the very best choice to serve on the Board of Education. If you let the public down, if you fail to appoint the most qualified candidate as a trustee of the Board of Education, the public has the right, the responsibility to take that choice away from you and call for a special election by a petition of only 1,100 voters. A special election would be at great expense to the district. Those dollars would be taken away from educating our children. The fault for that would rest on your shoulders. The USD can't afford another mistake. The public is entrusting you to make the right decision. Your decision must be about who can truly get into the weeds with the problems we're facing. Your decision must be about who can build back confidence in how our tax dollars are being spent. Your decision must be about what is best for the future of the Burbank schools and what is best for our children. Please demonstrate your commitment to doing the right thing at this pivotal time and appoint the only candidate that can hit the ground running. Please appoint Debbie Kutka to return to the Board of Education. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was the last card. Now we go to item 6B, Superintendent's comment. Dr. Messina.
Thank you, Dr. Aghakhanian. My comments will be brief. I just want to acknowledge and thank our speakers who came and speak, and for our members of the audience as well to be a part of this process. And I'm going to forfeit the rest of my time too. Yep. Thank you.
Any of my board members? Who wants to go first? Dr. White.
Yeah. So thanks to people for sharing their opinions. Also, thank you to the many people who emailed us. I want to say a couple of things. Us choosing someone that you don't like does not mean it's a wrong decision. And making a threat, which is what I just heard, that you would be willing to essentially take hundreds of thousands of dollars away from students to punish us for not choosing who you want, is unbelievably upsetting. We understand the weight of this process. We have read applications. We are excited to hear from our candidates. and we understand what is required. But the tone and tenor of many of what felt like threatening comments about what you will do if we don't choose who you like is alarming. And I also want to remind people that there's still an enormous amount of pride in this district. You can be as mad as you want at us, but our teachers and our staff are still doing phenomenal work. And it might occur to people to talk about that along with multiple things can be true, but it has been an unrelenting cascade of the same thing being said over and over and over again, whether it's a letter to the editor or Facebook or in person. And, you know, I emailed Ms. Shackman today, who I found to be consistently constructive and provide really thoughtful things. She doesn't wait until a board meeting comes to bring something up. It doesn't mean she's not angry about it, but she seems to me to be somebody who is authentically working to better the district. And I'm just kind of blown away by the refusal to acknowledge that our district is still exemplary and that we should still be talking about test scores. We should still be talking about early childhood literacy. We should still be talking about creating a deeply inclusive space for all of our students. Our job isn't to make you guys in this space like us. Our job is to do the right thing for our students, teachers, and staff. And to hear people say, again, if you don't do what we think you should do, then we're going to go cost the district hundreds of thousands of dollars. How is that right for BUSD? It's not. And I understand that whoever we choose will be politicized because not everyone's going to like who we choose. There's not going to be a universal favorite, right? That's just not how it works. I don't think any of us like selecting a board member because of the reason why and because it's undemocratic, right? But this is what we do. This is what we have to do. We are not only in this position because of June 5th, right? But I just want to kindly ask people to please think about the damage that is being done to the district with this unrelenting attack. You don't have to like the board, but an acknowledgement that we still have phenomenal people doing phenomenal work is worth talking about. People are still moving here to go to our schools. When you talk to most parents, they are deeply concerned, as well they should be, about the current struggles within the district, but no one's talking about how we're a destroyed district. No one is talking about how we're completely decimated and our reputation is horrible and no one's ever going to go to school here again. And Ms. Osgood, I love what you said. I wish people would think about those things when we pass parcel taxes and attempt to pass parcel taxes, which is we have to invest in our schools in order to keep our community thriving and keep the house prices and property values where they are. I thought you spoke really eloquently about that. And I think we're all very aware of how important BUSD is to a thriving Burbank. I think that weighs heavily on all of us. So I would just ask people that to maybe reframe a little bit. Whoever we choose tonight, they're going to be unhappy people and happy people. But I know that we will walk away from this process, or I'll speak for myself, that I will walk away from this process at the end of it, having listened with open ears and an open mind, and be able to make a decision that I think is best for the district. Not because people came and told me that they would do something to us if we didn't, but because I thought that that person was the best person to assist us over the course of the next chunk of months before voters are allowed to go back. So thank you to people who are invested in our district. Thank you to all of the applicants. This is a lengthy application process, and tonight will be lengthy as well. But I'm deeply disappointed by much of what I heard. And I know that there's a way, I know that there is a way to be critical and supportive, constructive, and angry. And I look forward to hearing from our amazing candidates tonight.
Board Member Khan.
First, I just wanted to thank all the candidates for applying and stepping up. You stepped up. There is reading all the applications, majority were parents. So you have children, you're taking your time to come do this. You are looking at what everybody's involved in. Again, there's so much community activism you're already doing. A majority of our on school site council, your majority of you are PTA and you've been held the PTA president position. So much is done. So again, I look at this and say this this is what helps make us such a great community. So thank you. And I really do applaud you because it's not easy to make that decision. I know when I decided to run, I actually did have a discussion with my family. I said, you know, it could be rough. It's going to be time. I'm going to be taken away. Are you okay? Because all of a sudden you will be in the public spotlight too. And it might not be always in the best light. And they said, you know, go for it. We'll do it. So there. The other thing I just wanted to say, and I'd asked Dr. Macias, I said, if maybe in the future sometime we can just discuss a little bit about what the board can do and what the board cannot do. Because I get a lot of emails of parents, you know, and people saying to do something and to do this and do that and to change this and to change that. And so there are definite, you know, limits in terms of what our job is. And our job, we don't go into the people's offices. I don't go into Dr. Elbe's, you know, office. Hey, what's going? I don't go into Dr. Kapachnik's. No, we don't do that. We basically work with Dr. Macias, and that's what we do. We work with him, and he runs everything. And so we discuss that way. So just again, people I think need to understand what exactly it is we can do and what we don't do.
I want to echo just thank you to all of our candidates for applying. I'm really looking forward to spending the bulk of tonight hearing from you. It's going to feel a little cold because we're going to talk about process in just a second, but we're going to ask the same 5 questions to everybody. There's going to be no follow-ups. But there's going to be so much more to hear that we didn't get on the page, right? And you know, we just heard a lot about one particular candidate. I don't want anyone to be discouraged by that because we got 21 technically applications and we have 19 candidates at this point. And I am coming to this with an open mind of everyone equally, frankly. The other thing that I will say is that I actually agreed with most of the public comment in terms of the importance of this decision. This is absolutely, we have 2 very big decisions coming up in the next 14 months. It is this decision this week, well, I'm just going to call it this week, and the decision on our next superintendent. And those are the 2 biggest decisions that any board can make. Where I took issue was honestly that last comment, that if you disagree with who we pick, if we don't pick a particular candidate, that you will do a petition and it will somehow be on our backs. That it will be our fault that $375,000 worth of general funds will be spent to do a June 2026 primary for someone to serve out 6 months. That feels spiteful. It feels unnecessary. It feels quite frankly insane. Okay? It feels vindictive. I get it. You guys don't like us. That's fine. I'm not here to be liked. I'm not here to make friends, right? I don't need that. Okay? But understand that we are trying to have a process that feels as honest as it can be and gets us to making a good decision next year about who's going to be superintendent, that gets us to unravel all of the problems that the district office has been having over the past 3 months that we have acknowledged. Okay? And we're still in the middle of, we're still waiting on our third-party investigation. The fact that there was finally felony charges last week felt pretty good. But that was kind of one piece, frankly, of a still very long period of getting to the other side of what started falling at the beginning of June. Okay, so we are looking for someone who can help us get through December 2026. Okay, and I do think that we're all up here doing our best. But don't make threats. It's not cool.
Thank you. I do also want to thank everyone, all the applicants, now 19. At the same time, I do believe that when there's a public comment portion, sometimes people get emotional. Sometimes people have favorites. That's why public comments are about, and we have rights still in this country to say certain things. At the same time, I understand one of the interesting things about Burbank, we always talk about small town. You all know each other for a long time. Some of you go back 40 years as friends. So I do want to, make sure that everyone understands that we're going to go through the process. We're going to be here late, probably. We will hear everyone, but at the same time, I think some of the concerns that were brought up, as some of my colleagues said, we've acknowledged. I understand that it always stops at us, but even my comments 2 weeks ago when I was upset is we are trying to, again, fix this. And we need your help, the community help, and everyone to really work together. These are times of healing. And I will finish with this. A wise man, a statesman, someone I used to work for, who wrote laws, told me a long time ago, one of the most difficult position you can ever run for if you're interested in politics, it's school board. Eventually, teachers are going to be mad at you. Parents are going to be mad at you. You know how the budget works, and everyone knows here, I always talk about the budget. It's something that's coming our way next year again, and we're going to have even bigger concerns based on what's happening in our state. But his last words were, if you believe in the power of education, it is the most rewarding position you can ever do. So all of you who have applied today, I hope you do believe in the power of education, because at the end of the day, it is the most rewarding elected office. Thank you very much. Let's move forward now to 7, new and unfinished business, board vacancy interviews and selection. Dr. Masih.
Thank you, Dr. Arkanyan. Just a brief background as to why we're here. On September 4th, the Board of Education accepted the resignation of former board member Tabbitt, which created a vacancy. We did have an application process which concluded last week, Friday at noon. We did receive a total of 21 applications, and at the point we're at right now, we had 2 withdrawals. So tonight we are going to interview 19 candidates. This person will serve as in the at-large capacity, and that's very important to note, until the general election of November of 2026. When that seat is open during that election, then it'll be specific to the trustee area 3. Everyone will be afforded the same 5 questions, each candidate, 2 minutes, up to 2 minutes per response. And then with the last follow-up question, which all our candidates, by the way, did get informed of this process beforehand. Is there anything else that you would like to share with the board members in terms of your candidacy, for a total 1 minute for that last statement? The ordering of candidates and how they're selected was already done ahead of time, and it was done randomly by my office, and we'll roll that out. And it was done random, and I want to be very specific to that. And there's no follow-up questions. There's no deviations from the questions. It'll be everyone afforded the same questions. And I want to recommend that that's the process we take on. And thank you.
Yeah, I think this is when we can talk about process and finalize because we haven't been able to talk about it.
Great. I just wanted to let the applicants know, if you see me typing while you're speaking, it's because I'm taking notes. I am not doing anything else. I like to remind people of that once in a while because I take notes during public comment as well. So please don't assume that I am doing anything other than taking notes because I cannot remember everything all at once. That was the thing I wanted to say. Continue.
No, I just want to make sure, so I'm clear on process. I want to make sure, so I want to be really clear with my fellow board members, that we take a moment to look at these questions. We decide, this is going to sound so pedantic and I'm so sorry. But that we decide who is asking the questions, that we commit to asking the questions the exact same way every single time, that we recognize no follow-up questions. Like even if they say something totally insane, we are not asking a follow-up question to clarify that, no, the sky is not in fact purple. Like we are not clarifying questions. Like we have to give everyone the exact same experience. It's got to be very fair. And so before we do that, I just want to see, like, are there any changes that anyone wants to make or to these questions?
Are there any changes? Anyone?
I'm taking a minute to review them one more time. I think one way that one addition I would like on number 2, I guess it's fine. I was wanting to make sure that we included staff in there, but they are in there. Okay.
My question is, do we have to, since this already is gonna be, I guess, candidates receive, do we have to read everything, what inspired you? Or do we
Yes,
just say questions?
because candidates have not received this. They didn't get it.
They didn't, okay.
Yeah.
No, the
All right.
process they know.
Thank you. Do we want to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 or 1, 2, 3, 4? Who wants
Well, there's 6. So
6? Which way, why don't we start this way and then come back?
that's just fine. So Emily is going to do background and motivation. Sure.
I'll do understanding of the role.
Equity is Abby. Vision and priorities is Brett. Engagement is Emily again, and then candidate statement is Armand. Okay. Just,
And again, do you want to just repeat what's the time, just for clarification?
it is 2 minutes per question or per each of the first 5 questions, and
Correct.
1 minute for the 6 questions.
Yes, and for official disclosure for everyone, Ms. Cindy Quintero will be our official timekeeper as well too.
And so Dr. Iaconian will though be saying like, okay, your time's up on that question. Let's move to the next one. Is that how we're running this? Okay.
Or
No, I think
you're gonna put a time on this?
you'll hear the time.
If need be, but like help us out and don't.
Good question.
Please.
No.
No. Yes. The question, sorry, let's not do that, but the question was whether candidates will be allowed to be in the room. Yes. So candidates were randomly chosen by the superintendent's office. So what I would suggest are the order in which candidates are going. So don't read it out. I wouldn't read out the full list. I think what we do is we read out the first 2. And so then you kind of give someone a chance to say like, okay, you're going after this next person. So if they need to use the restroom or something like that, that they have the opportunity to do that. So our poor first person does not have that opportunity, but they do get to go home right after this, should they choose to do that. And then I think maybe every 5 or so people, we take a little bio break, if that's okay with folks.
If you want, and
We need to.
yes.
Why aren't we sequestering?
I mean, in general, I don't think there's a need to. Usually when there's candidate interviews or roundtables, that people aren't sequestered.
We weren't sequestered for like candidate forums, right? You were at the table with the other people that you ran against. These are also members of the public, like, I guess theoretically, people could crib responses from others, but I don't
We'll hear it.
I guess we'll know if that happen, like, we'll see that happening.
I mean, since this is a public one, interview and everyone is here, they should not be.
Yeah.
It's not a private interview, but if you want to leave the room while the candidates are, that's your choice.
Yeah. I'm not gonna make anybody leave I don't feel comfortable having anybody.
I mean, again, it is a public forum, because if we would have just done this one-on-one, then it would have been really a public
Yeah,
interview.
this isn't, none of this will be private it's all gonna live forever on YouTube. And so are their applications. These people have already agreed to put their lives out in front of the world. So I think we give them the,
Can we talk just a minute or two about what we're like expectations for what we achieved tonight? As far as like we know this meeting is probably gonna go late because we have 19 people and 5 questions times 2.
it's actually really not helpful if we have folks kind of talking in the back. Thanks. Sorry, you said we have 19 candidates?
Yeah, so I want to be clear that while we could hear from all the applicants tonight, talk it out, make the decision tonight, it is also probably more likely that we'll hear from the candidates. And then we will adjourn and continue on Thursday's meeting to make a selection. So I'm not saying, I don't want to jump the gun. And guys, if people cannot stop talking, we're going to be trying to focus on people who are coming here to do something important. And I get that you disagree with everything we say, but if you could just not talk, I would appreciate it. I'm just saying, like, we should be prepared for either eventuality. I want to make sure that we are present and listening to all of our candidates and that we're able to make the decision in the best way possible. And if that means tonight, cool. And if it means Thursday, it means Thursday. I think it's important for everybody to know that, like, we could reach a decision tonight. We could not.
Right. So if we, so math says that we'd have about 4 hours of interviews.
Right.
It's 7 o'clock right now. That would put us to about 11 o'clock tonight. And so I would feel comfortable. I really do want to make sure we get through all of the interviews tonight.
Oh, yeah.
To make sure that everybody goes on the same night. I think we could, at that point, essentially recess to our next scheduled meeting time and actually have our discussion at that point. I don't know that I will be an awesome discusser at 11 o'clock. So I would be okay with that. I feel very strongly that we do power through on the actual interviews.
Yeah, I agree then too. In terms of
I don't
just
wanna
the
do
whole issue of the sequestering, yeah, I guess when I think about it, we did all the candidate forums we did, there was a bunch of us all together and we were up there. And so, okay. And then I think you're all just speaking to Dr. Weisberg. If somebody is, taking somebody else, we will definitely hear that. Although, a lot of it is going to be,
Just is what it is.
but yeah, I do want to be, I think everybody, the public said to us, this is a huge decision.
Yeah.
And for us to listen to, there's going to be a lot going through my brain. And then the thought of going, okay, I'm going to make a judgment right this second. I'm going to need, so please understand, I'm really going to need time to go back over my notes, see what people are think it over before I make that decision. I wouldn't want to make this hastily this evening.
So, what I'm hearing is we will go through all the interviews. We'll be here very late, and then Thursday we'll make a decision. Or announce.
I think that's likely the expectation. Or that's my expectation of how this ends up. Yeah. Unless, yeah.
I think it's important that we decide now because some
No, I don't.
some people might wanna stay, or some people, if no, that decision's not made tonight. For the public. Do we wanna wait, do the interviews? We can't.
I don't know that we can decide that we're gonna go to recess after interviews at this point in the meeting. I don't know that that is.
All right, so why don't we get started and then we'll figure it out. How's that?
Sounds good.
All right, ready?
Right.
So to be clear, you want me to name the
Yes.
first two?
Yes.
Okay. First in order, Adam Lippert, and number 2 would be Carrie Walco. So, Mr. Lippert.
welcome.
Hi, good evening, Board Trustees, Superintendent Macias.
Okay, so, I just want to make sure there's a rustling of paper, so I'm going to give them like a second to rustle and then we'll get started.
Can you hold you're holding the time.
Sorry, your time is up.
Yeah. So Adam,
I made a spreadsheet.
I put it according to this is. But again, can you state your first and last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Adam Lippert.
All right, let's start with the first question.
I just want to make sure everybody's ready to go. But I don't think everybody is ready to go. You might be ready. Ms. Kano, will you let me know when you're ready? Okie dokie. Okay, first question. What inspired you to apply for the vacant seat on the Burbank Unified School District Board of Education?
Well, aside from being a parent, it's my mother was a school board member for 24 years, and being involved in schools and seeing how a board functions and seeing the impact it can have on a community, that all came crashing down for me, not crashing down, that all came into reality for me when I first took my eldest daughter to school. And I've lived in Burbank now for 10 years. And since my wife and I moved to Burbank, it's been clear how much this community values its schools. Talking with neighbors, we saw how incredible the PTA programs are and how much parents and students appreciate teachers and staff. While the board and district leadership have faced challenges in recent years, the community remains engaged and passionate about seeing schools and children thrive. Citizens advocate for bond measures, organize PTA events, raise funds for art programs, and support teachers, showing me that the district's greatest strength is its people. Inspired by that engagement, I want to serve as a trustee to help restore trust, support our educators, and ensure that Burbank schools continue to provide excellent opportunities for every student.
Thank you. Second question is, how would you balance the needs of students, staff, families, and the broader community when making decisions?
Sorry. I would just be present. I know that it's very important for a board member to be present. I've seen through experience how being an engaged and community member, sorry, I did not expect to go first. Sorry, what was the question again?
All right, can you stop since you're being first, let's go again. Well, how would you balance the needs of students, staff, families, and the broader community when making decisions?
Okay, so like I said, being present and listening to community engagement, listening to community members, both parents, students, teachers. I know that it takes trust for a board to ask anything of its community, especially bond measures. I'm so sorry.
We can come back to this.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I'll read it twice. How would you support BUSD's efforts to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools? Again, how would you support BUSD's efforts to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools?
I do have an answer for this one. I hold DEI initiatives in schools, municipalities, and businesses as some of the most essential programs for fostering a welcoming culture of acceptance, care, and support. Living in Burbank and seeing the community's engagement has been inspiring. Such visible symbols like hate has no place here, banners, pride flags, and on school poles or cultural celebrations like the Dia de los Muertos event at Disney Elementary. Those are just the first steps, but important steps in living up to inclusive values. For me, equity means removing barriers so every student has the opportunity to succeed. Inclusion means creating a school culture where everyone belongs and diversity allows students to learn from different perspectives. I want to continue listening to teachers, families, and students, supporting programs that close opportunity gaps and ensuring that every child is both challenged and supported. DEI isn't just a policy, it's about creating real experiences where students feel valued, safe, and empowered every day.
Do you have the questions now?
Yes.
Okay, good. Okay, so I'll just read my ones. Okay, so I'm on vision and priorities. How would you support continued improvement in academic achievement, student well-being, and staff development?
My vision for Burbank schools comes from being a parent here and seeing the opportunities that I want for my own children extended to every student. Academic excellence, particularly in the early years, is a top priority. Because strong foundations in reading and math influence long-term success, supporting and retaining great teachers is equally important, as they are the heart of our schools. When teachers are respected, valued, and equipped, students thrive. Transparency and trust are also central, as parents and the community need to feel confident the decisions are being thoughtfully and made in the best interests of students. My goal is simple: strong schools, supported teachers, and a district where families can feel proud and where every child has the opportunity to succeed and feels welcomed.
Community engagement question. What strategies would you use to engage with families, students, and community members to understand their needs and perspectives?
Community engagement is essential to building trust and ensuring student success. It begins with listening, attending school events, visiting classrooms, and talking directly with parents, students, and staff to understand their perspectives. Clear and transparent communication is just as important, as families need to know how policies, budgets, and initiatives affect their children. Providing opportunities for meaningful input through forums, surveys, and advisory committees ensures stakeholders have a voice. Engagement also means celebrating successes, acknowledging challenges, and demonstrating that board decisions are guided by what is best for students. By fostering collaboration between families, teachers, and board members, we can turn challenges into opportunities and ensure every student has the support they need.
And the last question is there anything else you would like the board and the community to know about your candidacy?
I'd like to answer those first two questions again. But in closing, I would like to mention that I am applying to this position free of political aspirations or agenda. Frankly, the most important things in my life are my kids, and every day I trust my eldest daughter to the teachers and staff at our schools. I know that my feelings about my kids are not unique, and I have to believe that every parent in the Burbank community wants the best for our children. With 20 applicants here tonight, it's clear to me that the people of this community care deeply about the quality of our schools. There are trustee seats across the country that go unfilled and board meetings that are empty. Echoing trustee Cano, I wanted to be an example of a community member who steps up. I'm inspired by fellow applicants tonight. It shows me that my family and I made the right choice choosing Burbank as our home. I would greatly appreciate the opportunity to spend this board appointment representing the families in our community and supporting the teachers in our schools.
Thank you. And I know you being the first, it's difficult, but hey, if you want, you can go home early now.
I won't miss bedtime if I hurry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Adam Lip. Is it?
Oh, yeah, that's for the.
Thank you, Mr. Lip.
Thank you. Great job.
Who's next?
Next up is Carrie Walco, followed by Christine Havanasian.
So when you guys are ready.
Hey. Good evening.
Hi.
Hi. We're good.
Okay. All right. What inspired you to apply for the vacant seat on the BUSD Board of Education?
Sure. First, let me introduce myself. I'm Carrie Walco. I am a mother of 3 Burbank Unified students. And before actually I jump into myself, I just wanted to say thank you to Adam for going first. That took a lot of grace and composure, not having the questions in advance. With the last name Walco, I was at the end of the list. I thought I was going to get to go last, but random it is. So anyways, I'm a mom of 3 students at Burbank Unified, 1 elementary, 2 middle school, and the PTA president of Stevenson Elementary. As far as inspiration and just a heads up, I did not prepare answers as eloquently as Adam did, which is amazing, but we'll speak just from my heart and directly how I feel. As I feel many of the candidates reading the applications, we all are very emotionally and passionately invested in specifically the financial management of the school district over the past several years. I've always gotten involved in, based off of the motto, if you're going to get angry, you need to get active. So, you know, based on some of the frustrations, disappointments, confusion, I think that many of us parents have experienced, rather than being angry and preparing long comments, I have just chosen to get involved and ensure that at the very least, someone more qualified than me will be chosen for this role. And I can get into my qualifications later.
Thank you. Second question, how would you balance the needs of students, staff, families, and the broader community when making decisions?
Balance is a great question. I do feel that there are many intelligent, passionate, and capable people in our community that struggle to balance the needs of our own households in crazy economic times. And we very much look to and rely on our elected officials to fill in that space for us. Balance is hard. 3 kids, full-time job, and many volunteer responsibilities. It is often challenging. I'm asked by many members of my community, how do you balance it all? And I'm like, not always super great. Sometimes some plates fall, and I understand how human it is to end up in the positions that we are. But ultimately, in balancing the needs of the community, you know, even to Adam's point, being accessible and available, and most importantly, listening with empathy and an open mind and an open heart, not just to the like-minded parents that I know feel very passionately that I do, but most importantly, our staff and the support that show up every day for our kids, the taxpayers and other stakeholders within our community that are also invested in this community. I know I personally donate every spare minute and every spare dollar that I have, filling in the financial shortcomings that our district faces due to the funding limitations of the state and of the city. So ensuring that those funds are managed appropriately so that every member of this community knows that their effort and investment is being used to serve the purpose that it was intended for, which is the outstanding education of our kids.
Thank you.
How would you support BUSD's efforts to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools?
Thank you. Diversity, equity, and inclusion, while a buzzword, is ultimately at the core of who we all are. We are individual people who thrive when we bring those differences together. We have a very diverse community here in the city of Burbank, and I think that that diversity stands on its own, but one of the ways that we don't live up to our expectations of a diverse community sometimes is through the accountability and support that's offered to our staff at the local schools. The fact that we do have signs on each campus that says hate has no home here is very powerful, but it means nothing if we don't support the staff and the teachers to be able to ensure that that message is really upheld at all levels of elementary, middle, and high school levels. I think that there are a lot of kids who are afraid of coming to school, not just because of what's happening in the politics in terms of raids, but just quite frankly because of
hate speech that has run rampant through all age levels. I think having a clear policy that is supported by all levels of leadership, the superintendent, the board, that we all have a clear understanding of expectation of what hate has no home here means in our community will help us to really live up to those values.
How would you support continued improvement in academic achievement, student well-being, and staff development?
Thank you. I know it's no secret in this district that we're facing some a financial crisis, to use your words, Dr. Agakanian. In order to commit to upholding the the academic success of the district, it starts with how we spend our money and where that money is spent. And the decline in enrollment, the decline, equals decline in funds, equals decline in how much we can spend to support additional programs. I think I work as a project manager. I've run many programs and large-scale business projects for the Walt Disney Company for many years. I don't have a background in education. This is not necessarily my form, and I am in no way going to sit here and say that I am the most qualified, experienced, or capable candidate. I read all the applications, and honestly, I was hoping I'd go last so I could firmly endorse who I felt is the most capable candidate. But I'll speak as a project manager, which is that there are clearly hard times ahead of us and some very difficult, challenging, and unpopular decisions that are going to have to be made. I don't envy any of you when it comes time for reelection, because I know that those hard decisions need to be made and people aren't going to like it. But in order to make the best choice for all stakeholders involved, primarily the children who are learning, those difficult choices have to be made when it comes to financial support. So I think the best way to uphold academic excellence is to make sure that we're putting the right money in the right places. And in order to do that, you have to put the right people in the right place, starting with superintendents, teachers, and administrative leaders across the district.
What strategies would you use to engage with families, students, and community members to understand their needs and perspectives?
So the strategy that I know, the strategy that brought me here today even, is being an active and engaged member of the community. I have, as I mentioned before, 3 children across the district. While they only attend 3 of the dozen schools we have in this district, my strategy to engage with has been to engage with the community by being present, showing up where the families are, and meeting people where they're at. And I'm on the soccer field all day, every Saturday as an AYSO board member. I'm at district PTA meetings every single week. I'm conversing with all the PTA presidents across our district. Every volunteer program, every dine out and fundraiser, every opportunity to engage with the parents who don't have the bandwidth, quite frankly, is I also feel to be everywhere at once. It's the responsibility of this position, while it's not elected today, and I have no political aspirations to run for office either, but to be a representation of the community and meeting people where they're at. And our families are not always extremely accessible. So determining where you can see them, school events and everything else would be the best strategy that I could think of.
Thank you. Last question is there anything else you would like the board and the community to know about your candidacy?
So I guess the only thing left for me to say is good luck making this incredibly challenging decision. I mentioned already at the start of this, but would like to just reiterate that when I saw the vacancy for the position, well, again, I've never in a bazillion years thought I would ever run for school board. I had the words of a really incredible BUSD teacher echoing in my head, a good friend of mine, when he was applying for the role of principal at one of our schools, and I asked him why he applied. His exact words were, "I don't know that I'm the most qualified to be principal, but I need to ensure that somebody who is more qualified, capable, and intelligent than I am is is in the seat. So I know there's a lot of them here in this room. So I am confident that we will end up with a fully qualified individual. Good luck to you all. Thank you so much and have a good night.
Thank you very much. The next two. Dr. Masu.
So up is Miss Christine Avanasian. After that, Celia Needham and Debbie Kukta.
Is Vanessian here? I don't see her. Okay, next.
Miss Celia Needham.
Hi. Give everyone a minute.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good evening. How are you?
I'm well. How about yourself?
Great, thank you.
You good?
I'm good.
Okey doke. All right.
Go ahead, Dr. Wise.
First question, what inspired you to apply for the vacant seat on the BUSD Board of Education?
Hello, everyone. My name is Celia Needham. I'm so glad to be with you this evening. Burbank Unified School District saved my son's life. He's one of the kiddos that was on Zoom school from K through 2. We moved here during COVID in March of 2021. My son was in full emotional, social crisis breakdown. Thank God for the teachers at Bret Hart Elementary. They saved his life. He is now at Luther. He's doing well. He's a student that has an individualized education plan. And so everything I do is for him. But aside from that, I'm an educator. I've been in the classroom for 15 years. I currently work for an organization called Springboard Collaborative as a program director, in which we bring literacy, early literacy to schools, where families come and they sit with their students and they read in the classroom and family workshops. And so we moved from Dallas, Texas. I spent plenty of years in the 7th grade education, English classrooms. That's where I love to be. I worked as a department chair, instructional leader, and I continue to work in that area in this field. I felt that this would be a great way to use my skill set. I love this community. I love the kids. I love the teachers. I think I have always been a jack of all trades. I have a lot of degrees and experience, and I'm an Army brat, and I've lived in a lot of places. And so, that can be seen as a bad thing. But I think in a position like this, where you are in control of a lot of things, you got to be able to do a lot of things. And I am. I actually like to do a lot of things. And so that's what inspired me. I am an educator. I love this community. I'm a mom here. I'm a solo parent here. And I want more for our students in this community. Like you said, this is a great district. I believe in this district. And so what better way than to serve?
Thank you. Second question, are you Dallas Cowboys fans? Or no, I'm just kidding. Or
No.
how would you balance the needs of students, staff, families, and the broader community when making decisions?
I am a teacher, so that is something that we have to do in the classroom is we have to balance those needs, but students first for me. Children first, students first. I think that if we serve them, then everyone else is getting what they need as well. And so that's from the teachers to the staff to the families. I know for myself, when my son is being served well at school, I am fulfilled. His teachers are fulfilled. The numbers are reading scores and math scores, and the board is happy and the state is happy, right? And so I would balance the needs of students, staff, families, and the broader community by ensuring that the decisions we make help our children, help our students to succeed. And I think in that way, neither the staff, the families, or the community would disagree with serving the kids and their needs.
Thank you. Vice President Khan.
Yes. How would you support BUSD's efforts to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools?
You know, as a Black woman, it's inherent that me being here today is an effort to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools. I love that anti-racist statement. I just wonder what actions go with it. How are we measuring that? Like, do we do any? That's a real question. I don't know. Maybe there are. Maybe there's a rubric, there's a metric that we use to show if that anti-racist statement is just words or is there some actions that go behind that. My efforts, I am a part of the community. I'm in the community. I have worked with nonprofit organizations. One of my best friends had an organization here called Maroon Arts and Culture, where we had a Juneteenth Jubilee right here, right next to the the bank that's right here on Magnolia. And so we were there in the parking lot and we set up tents and had folks come over and support Black owned businesses. And so we had a teen play festival that we had in our little organization right next to Handy Market. And so when we talk about cultural responsiveness, that is what I do. I'm in that's the business that I'm in. It's important to me. It's a part of my life. It's a part of my being. And so everywhere that I'm at, I'm trying to share cultural responsiveness and equity and inclusion. My child is a student with an individualized education plan. I absolutely need him to have equity in his classroom. He has to have it or else. And so I am dedicated to that in my life's work. This is my life's work.
How would you support continued improvement in academic achievement, student well-being, and staff development?
Improvement in academic achievement, as well as the well-being and the staff development, all take money. That takes money. It doesn't seem like we may not have it for that right now. But for academic achievement, I would be interested to see what our curriculum is looking like. I'd be interested to see what is actually going on in the classrooms. I think some good things are going on, but that's from my experience with my son at 2 schools. I'm a person who I'm supporting 35 schools in LA USD with my current job as a program director, in which I go out and do those family workshops that I mentioned. And so maybe that's something we could bring to Burbank. Maybe we could have some family workshops and bring them in to do some early literacy work with students. I would be down to run that. That's what I do. As far as student well-being, it was a hard hit that we lost an interventionist at Bret Harte specifically. That man saved my son's life specifically. As soon as he came in, he was like, oh yeah, let's get to work on this one, right? And we lost that man and he went to another school district, right? So some other students in Pasadena are getting that for their well-being, right? I wish there was a way that I could have some influence on those type of decisions. Staff development is super important. I'm not for sure what teachers and admin are doing right now for staff development. I actually do staff development, so I would love to work with some teachers, start a group. I don't know if that's anything that's on the board, but if I could fund that or spearhead any of those things, I'm always down for a little challenge for something like that. So continued improvement in all those areas would probably require some money, but it requires some passion, some willingness to get your hands dirty, and I'm always game for that.
What strategies would you use to engage with families, students, and community members to understand their needs and perspectives?
It seems that transparency and like we're in an area of healing is what it sounds like. And I think that is an area that I'm good at. I would say people bring me in when times get hard to bring people together. I like doing that. I would say having an open door policy, maybe some sort of monthly newsletter, something that goes out with some updates, allowing folks going out into the community, having conversations, coffee with the board or something like that. Coffee and donuts with the board would be a great idea. Students as well. I know you have students that serve alongside the board, right? Student board, where are they? I would love to work with them. Working with students is what I know how to do the best. And so I think listening to students would help us understand the needs and perspectives of the district more than anything else. Listening to teachers. I am a teacher, who has spent my own money to set up my classroom way too many times and funded pizza parties, right? And so I want to hear what the teachers need. What do they need? What do they want? Because anything they ask for, they send that Amazon wish list, I'm buying it, And so the strategies I would use, I would love to see like a dashboard where we could see the money that's being in and out, like an ease of use, something that folks, y'all already post all the agendas, the meetings, the notes. It would be great to have just a dashboard that shows what's going on currently that all families know about. They click on it, they take a look, we're all involved, everyone knows, there's no secrets, because I think it's time to build some trust. And I think that's one way to do it without having any secrets.
Thank you. And the last question is there anything else you would like the board and the community to know about your candidacy?
I think that serving on the board is a high honor. I would love the opportunity to work alongside with you all, to work with our community. I understand that this is kind of like an interim or, a 1 year type of thing. I do not know every single thing about the board. I want to demystify the board, actually. That's why I'm here, actually. It feels like things need to be demystified a bit, and I can help with that. But not just for my sake, for the community's sake as well. I think that we could make some changes. I think this is a great community. This is a great school district. I think we have a lot of potential. I think we have a lot of places that we can go. And I would love to be involved with that, to support that, to help lead some of that. I think I have a patient leadership that is possibly needed at this time. And I would love to work with the community to help bring back their trust in the board.
Let's hear it, people. Yes. Next, two candidates.
Ms. Debbie Kukta is up right now. After that, Michael Morgan, and then Justin Robertson.
Right?
Yes.
Yes. Good evening, Ms. Kukta. Dr. Weisberg.
What inspired you to apply for the vacant seat on the BUSD Board of Education?
Good evening, everybody. I have been a lifelong Burbank resident and served on the board. And in watching the things that have happened over the last few months, I just felt a calling to come back. And as was mentioned in Mr. Bound's letter that was signed by the 12 board members, that we really would like to help. And I happen to have expertise in finance area, in bond oversight, in my history with the board and looking at instructional programs. And I really felt I could add value for this. When I served on the board, I used to keep pictures of my sons on the dais, because you have to remember those are the reasons why you're serving. And it is difficult. I've been in your seats, and you get people that are criticizing the decisions and actions that you're taking. You just have to remember, honestly, you keep 51% of the people happy, and you keep your seat. I was constantly reminded of that by Ted Bunch, who was a fellow board member back in the day. But I really just would like to contribute and help and work as a team with you all, and hope that we could balance our efforts to kind of bring that trust back to the community so that they trust the school district again.
Thank you very much. Second question, how would you balance the needs of students, staff, families, and the broader community when making decisions?
Your role is varied with that CSBA calls out that you need to set the vision, which is important, which drives the budget. So a lot of that takes place through the LCAP. So as you meet with constituents to go through and plan what your priorities are and how you're going to address those, what your goals are, is critical. So, and it kind of piggybacks on your later question on engagement, is you need to get the public, you need to get the staff, you get everybody involved in that process. The needs of staff, make sure that they're getting what they need as far as materials and support for curriculum, any trainings that they need, support monetarily. It's very important to make sure that your staff is ready. And our staff is incredible here in Burbank, and I want to give them kudos for that. Families, again, making sure that it really comes down to the students and making sure that their students are being taken care of. And lastly, for the broader community, again, the schools are a vital part of our community, and we really look to the schools as the backbone. A lot of people move here mainly for the schools, and we want to keep that at the forefront. Not always the fastest writer.
Okay. How would you support BUSD's efforts to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools?
When I was the assistant soup of administrative services, we adopted the anti-racism statement, which I felt was a really bold step at that time. And building on that is the DEI. We have a board policy that specifically addresses equity. But I look at equity and just making sure it takes place in many places. It's visible in many places within the district. So it's within the curriculum, making sure that the curriculum is fair and treats everybody equitably as we're looking at history, for example, looking at implicit biases and making sure we identify those. And a lot of that comes through, I went through as an assistant soup, we went through implicit bias training to recognize within ourselves where we may have biases that we don't know about. Equitable access and support. One of the pictures that I think of when I think of equity, it does not mean equal. And I envision, and I'm sure you've seen the drawing where the kids are standing at the fence with the different levels. Equal just brings them all up the same. They have different needs. So I think that's very important when we look at equitable access and support. Educator training and development. Again, it's important that our educators are on board with everything that we're doing and make sure they have the resources in order to conduct their classrooms in that manner. And institutional culture and outcomes. The sense of belonging is critical. That sense of need, I really value at the high schools where they have the drop-ins for the counseling. That says a lot that resource is available for them to make sure that their well-being is put foremost so that they can do well academically in school. If you don't have that sense of belonging, you're not going to perform well academically.
Yeah. How would you support continued improvement in academic achievement, student well-being, and staff development?
Well, again, this goes back to setting the vision and the goals for the district, which drives the LCAP. So the LCAP process actually looks at that and it builds a basis for your budget, because when you budget, you put your money where your values are and what you prioritize. So if you're looking at early literacy, for example, and that's a priority, you want to make sure that you put your resources towards that. One of the challenges, though, that we have right now, and I think you all agree, is we have limited resources, declining enrollment, the state budget is a mess. So we're having to do more with less. So that LCAP process and looking and evaluating how we build our resources is critical. Student well-being, again, making sure that is a definite need, and again, making sure that we put our resources to what's important. And same thing with staff development. Make sure that are they trained and up to date on the curriculum.
What strategies would you use to engage with families, students, and community members to understand their needs and perspectives?
I'm going to fall back on my experience as a board member because I've been in your seats and know what it takes. It's very time demanding. You make yourself available. Again, I heard somebody earlier answer about an open door policy. You need to make yourself accessible and approachable so that people feel comfortable coming to you if they have concerns. You also, as a board member, need to know, though, that when it's not your problem to solve, that you need to know to pass it off to the superintendent and staff and let them deal with those items. But it's visiting schools, it's talking with the principals. The principals know what their needs are, and they will make sure that they communicate that with you and engage with you so that you can, it's a two-way street so that you can provide them with what they need to run their schools. Community members, there's a myriad, as you all know, of community events and activities. And I think it's important, and this was a strategy that I use, is to just make sure that you attend lots of things, make yourself available, approachable, that they can come up and they ask you questions, you know their concerns. It happened several times when I was a board member where groups of principals, say, would come and had a concern. And I always felt like we were responsive and listened. And I also think from the dais, as community members come up and talk, and as you all witnessed today, there were some things maybe that you didn't agree with, but you know what? You just have to smile and show respect, and you may absolutely not agree with them. You need to listen, and then you need to make your best decision on the information that you have at hand. So it's very difficult to sit up there, but as far as engagement, you want to continue that dialogue and that back and forth, because that's how the best decisions are made, is getting all the different points that are out there.
Thank you. And the last question is there anything else you would like the board and the community to know about your candidacy?
I just was so impressed and very thankful for the pool of applicants that came up today, the passion that's there, the resources, the experience, the strengths that they bring to the table. I just think that in this position where it's for short term and whoever gets this position is really going to have to hit the ground running, is that I am very likely the most qualified person in here as far as experience goes. I've had the direct board experience. I've had civic experience as city treasurer. I've got the fiscal experience. I've been a fiscal and a business administrator for 6 years. I would bring fresh ideas to the district from my previous employment and from networking with peers that I've met along the way on the road, my road with education. And I would really look forward to serving with you all to provide my expertise and hopefully supplement what you're already doing and regain the trust of the community.
All right, so do we want to take a little break or you want to continue? I think we should continue. All right, continuing. Dr. Macias.
Michael Morgan, and after that again, Justin Robertson, and then Jessica Dolbear.
Morgan, please. Ready?
What inspired you to apply for the vacant seat on the BUSD Board of Education?
Awesome. Hi, everybody. So I just ran back from Frontier Walk 2. My kids are going to get chow mein later. Now that I know that I can go home. So thank you. Good to see you all. So I have been basically a member of the Burbank community for over 20 years. I transferred as a student here in the middle of the year in junior high when Dolores Huerta was then called Jordan. And I had a really hard time, to be totally honest with you, in the school district. I was working as a young person in the entertainment industry, and some of the best times and some of the worst times of my life were had in this district. I think things have only gotten harder for young people in our community. The entertainment industry is facing an unprecedented change, and a lot of the families who are in the school district, their parents work in that industry. Not all of them are as lucky as one of the former speakers to work at Walt Disney. Many others are really struggling in this time. I think the statistics show that unemployment in the Burbank community is at some of the highest levels that it's ever been. So I would love to be able to give back. I've been in education for about 20 years as well. I've been in kindergarten through college education as an educator, and I have basically my background now is data-driven computer programming methodologies for large-scale initiatives in education, which includes some very large-scale AI programs and things like that. And I think AI is something that this board is going to have to help teachers and staff to deal with. That's something that I certainly would like to lend my expertise to.
Thank you. Second question, how would you balance the needs of students, staff, families, and the broader community when making decisions?
Thank you. Yes, the stakeholders who are all basically here representing. For me, the families that I deal with, my son's in a little league, was in a little league team here in Burbank. He's going to be going back in the little league soon. We're currently doing it outside of Burbank. I see things through his eyes sometimes, and also through the other families who are in the little league. This district is a huge part of the pride that people feel of being in Burbank. Teachers are on my son's team. Families, everybody talks like this is the best thing that has ever happened to the families. I agree in many ways. I listen a lot. I don't talk a lot at the sports events. I'm not a big sports person. I have no idea how my son got that, but he loves baseball. I never watched a baseball game before he started playing. But as I started listening, I realized I have a lot more to learn by listening than by speaking. I think at this stage of my life, I've matured a lot, even from the last 3 years since I think I've seen some of you all. But if I were to be a kind of a channel for these stakeholders, teachers, administrators, staff members, families, it would be in a role of listening and to try to bring a sense of advocacy to those families. I think in particular those who don't speak or feel like they don't have a voice necessarily for themselves. And there's a great number of those types of families here in our community.
Vice President Campbell.
Hello.
Hey.
How would you support BUSD's efforts to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools?
Yeah, thank you so much. I love Burbank's ethnic makeup. I think it's a source of something that we truly should be proud of, whether it's the Armenian community or the Hispanic Latinx community, whether it's the incredible contributions that I see more and more being made by the African American community as families move here for the entertainment industry and they have opportunities that they have not had traditionally in, like, let's say the last 50 years in entertainment. I see this, I don't see the community transforming. I see it evolving in a wonderful way. And I think that the DEI work of this board has been incredible. I want to give you all truly kudos for all the work that has been done. I was very happy to see rollout after rollout of the types of things that I would want to sign my name to. I wasn't signing, but I believe you all were signing as stewards of your positions in my stead as a Burbank stakeholder and family head of family in my case. But I think there's work that can be done in that capacity, whether it's more initiatives, trainings. I feel like there's a sea of change that's coming even to the state of California. I think being aware of what that means as we're almost in a political Cold War of sorts, the role of being a Californian is changing. The people who are coming to California it's changing why people come here. And I think that Burbank has done a wonderful job of staving off the worst of those animosities, really. And I think that you all are doing a great job of actually bringing more unity and less division. And I want to commend you for that. I would love to be a part of that as well. We definitely need more unifying and less dividing.
Thank you. Board Member Kano.
How would you support continued improvement in academic achievement, student well-being, and staff development?
Yeah, awesome. This may be where I tout some of my professional work. So I have done social emotional learning initiatives throughout schools all over Los Angeles Unified School District, Pasadena Unified School District, initiatives that have spanned the globe, actually. Including for persons and students with disabilities, as well as particularly women in industries, vocational learning programs, women in industries that are incredibly low represented, including programming and animation. There's actually a very great animation program that we have at Burbank High. Those who know Janelle, she's done an incredible job there. There's a lot of room for improving on the things that we've done well. And I happen to have strange niche knowledge of things like African American animation associations and things like that, but and African animation associations because of the work that I've done professionally. But that would be one thing. I think the other is I would love to do more data-driven, measurable outcomes. I'm a Python programmer, so I can get deep into code. I've had the opportunity to do that for the last 6 months working on an AI startup that just sold. And I try to work wisely, but the types of changes that technology are bringing right now are truly incredible. I mean, they're world shifting. I have a long history in that. That may not be what all people want on the board for a full term, but if I have the opportunity to work with you all, I would definitely bring that to the table. I think from the conversations I have had in the past with the people at the IT department here, there's an incredible breadth of knowledge around technology and how this for you all who don't know, this district has a massive database with tons of data and information. I don't know how much that's being truly utilized, and probably because of the lack of funding for people to do that, but I would love to bring that to the table.
What strategies would you use to engage with families, students, and community members to understand their needs and perspectives?
Strategies. I've done door knocking in this community before when I ran for school board in 2022. It was a very humbling experience. I ran into people who I went to high school with here at John Burroughs. I ran into their parents. I had really heart-to-heart conversations, and I think there's no real replacement for just talking to people in a real honest, authentic way. I know so many of you do a wonderful job of that. I have not made time in my life outside of running for this office several years ago, but I would love to do that more. I feel like there's such a need for us to just talk in the city of Burbank about what's going on, regardless of divisions, or actually, I guess the categories, the sections 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I love this city. Magnolia is great. I live in the Rancho district. I love the Rancho. Every time I meet a person who I really know is a stakeholder of this community, I could talk with them for an hour and a half while I walk my dogs. And then there's a lot of people who have actually no stakeholding in this community, and they're here every single day, either making a lot of money or moving in and moving out. And I have learned that there's something very precious about the people who are real Burbankians. They care deeply about this community, and I would do my very best to talk to them, listen to them, and implement their own sense of strategy. I feel like there's many of those people who are here tonight. And I would also encourage you all, actually, since you're still here, these people truly have your best interest at heart. I know it may not always seem that way because of politics, but I've watched from afar, and I've watched closely in some ways the news and things like that. But every single week, these people are here more than just in this office, and they care deeply about our children. I know that actually for every single one of you all, and I thank you for that. I would try to do my best to uphold the same standard, not to try to implement any of my own strategies or plans, but whatever this board is doing and what works, I'm happy to continue that.
Thank you. And the last question is there anything else you would like the board and the community to know about your candidates?
I have something written. So sure, thank you, sir. I began my career in education by founding my first education technology company out of USC, and I beta tested that company at John Marshall High School in Los Feliz. We raised venture capital, launched successfully, and I stepped away from teaching for several years during that time. I also moved back home to Burbank to be with my parents. 3 precious years that reminded me of what community, family, and service truly mean. It means especially much to me. Both my parents are no longer with us since 2020. I now live here in Burbank with my own wife and 2 children and pets, and I believe this can be a season of healing and integration, and I'd like to positively contribute. I am a non-reactionary candidate who ran for the school board position in 2022. I believe that I could play the role of a diplomat, bring a fresh perspective on measurable and data-informed decisions, and I also have a proven track record of supporting anti-racism and other initiatives as an educator and professional. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's hear it. All right, Dr. Macia. Next speaker.
Up is Justin Robertson. Next, Jessica Dolbear, then Molly D'Armendi.
Right here.
Yeah, next. Apologize, your first and last name?
Justin Robertson.
Justin Robertson. Thank you.
Big job you have tonight. Kudos to everybody who came before me and after me.
No.
8 is 6.
Am I the median candidate?
We're almost, yeah, we're getting there.
Are we ready?
Good evening, Mr. Roberts. Question number 1, Dr. White.
Hold on, Lorette, are you ready? Okay, just want to make sure. What inspired you to apply for the vacant seat on the Burbank Unified School District Board of Education?
Well, thank you very much for this, for that first question, for this opportunity. I'm a BUSD grad. I'm a BUSD dad. I'm so proud of both of those things. I have spent my adult life, my career, and my personal life
in public service, in civic life, and working in community engagement, for the betterment of my friends, my neighbors, people I don't know. This is an incredible opportunity to try and be useful to my community and this important organization that does, unbelievable work towards shaping young minds, and did so for me and will do that for my kids as well. It's an opportunity to live my values. I wrote in my application that, we're all in this together, and I believe that in my bones. And so I think that's probably the most important thing, is feeling called. In this time, particularly, like, things are weird and bad out there, and however you can be useful, you ought to be. And so I saw an opportunity to step up and do that. So that's why I'm here tonight.
Thank you. How would you balance the needs of students, staff, families, and the broader community when making decisions?
So there's a lot of stakeholders in BUSD and in this community. There's a lot of different perspectives. There's a lot of different perspectives in this room tonight, that some of which, may not be reconcilable, right? But we've all got an interest in the mission, I think, at the end of the day, which is, providing a great education and lasting experiences for our students, and the folks teaching them and the folks supporting those people. And I think there's value in the things that that are said during public comment, the things that end up in your inboxes, the stuff people tell you when you're getting a cup of coffee, the kind things, the not so kind things, things kindly said, the things not so kindly said. There's value in all of that. There's value in the partners that this district has. The BTA and labor partners, the folks in the trenches every single day. Those are all deeply important perspectives. At the end of the day, eyes on the prize, it's about the kids, and that's the mission. But within that, I think there's great value in hearing folks out and learning as much as you can and keeping an open mind.
Thank you very much. Vice President Camper.
How would you support BUSD's efforts to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools?
First of all, like a couple other speakers, I want to acknowledge that, in this political context, in this time we're living through, kudos to the district, kudos to you for doubling down on diversity, equity, and inclusion. It can be a scary position to take. It can set you up to be a target. But in a sense, by doing that, you're allowing yourself to be the target and stand in front of the kids who need that support. What an incredible thing. And it's brave. And it ought not be brave, but it is right now. I think diversity, equity, and inclusion are all just basic human values. What a blessing that we should get to live in a time and a place where, I got to grow up surrounded by all kinds of people. And my kids get to grow up surrounded by all kinds of people in this geographic place in Southern California, in Burbank, in BUSD. What a great thing that my kids will get to learn from all kinds of other kids. And we're not all starting from the same place. And if you believe you're your brother's keeper, and maybe their kids too, you want everyone to have what they need to succeed. And there's nothing wrong with that. And then inclusion. What's a worse feeling, or sort of a more lasting wound as a kid, than to feel excluded from anything? To not only be different, or maybe not be different, but be made to feel that way, and that that's somehow a bad thing. What a terrible thing. And our schools, of all places, ought to be places where you feel included and safe and loved. And that's what DEI is about. And so what would I do to support it? I would seek to support ongoing DEI efforts here, loudly and proudly, such that each kid, teacher, and staffer feels seen, heard, and loved, no matter who they are.
Thank you. Board member.
How would you support continued improvement in academic achievement, student well-being, and staff development?
There's a lot in that question. I'll say up front, I'm not an educator, but I'm open-minded and I show up ready to do my best and to learn. And what that means in the context of this question is I would welcome the council and the ideas of all of those district partners I was talking about. There's a lot of folks involved in this work every single day with professional degrees or, credentials from the School of Hard Knocks. They're doing it and learning it, and I can learn from them. And so, if it's professional development needs, if there's something, a teacher or an administrator is aware of a best practice that's not practiced here at BUSD, if there's, resources, materials, technology, things that, you might go to a conference and hear about or something and bring it back, or have a colleague in another district or even in just another school site that's got something that could benefit you and your staff and your kids. I want to hear about it. I want to see, why not us? Why not at that school site, whatever the case may be, classroom resources, whatever it takes to make them and their students successful. And I think parents' needs too are really important. There's this idea that you've got to put your mask on first, right? Before you can help someone else, help the person next to you. Parents might need some cover, some kind of support, something that I don't know that it's on the district's radar, but I've always understood that, parents make every difference in whether or not a kid is truant or getting their homework done or making the most of their education. Parents are so important in that. And finally, I want to put in a good word for the Department of Public Health Student Wellbeing Centers in LAUSD.
Yes.
What strategies would you use to engage with families, students, and community members to understand their needs and perspectives?
So I'd want to work with my colleagues on the board and staff and district partners to make the most of the channels that we already have and explore new ones. Getting back to that question about, student achievement and professional development, it's sort of similar. What else is out there that's not already happening? What are some ways? So the BTA rep on the very first public comment was suggesting that community engagement is a deeply critical part of this role. And I agree with that. And I would love suggestions from their end, from wherever they might be, to if there aren't, means of making this a two-way relationship between the board and community. What aren't we doing? Let's ask the question and go from there. And I also want to acknowledge, in terms of engagement and working with the public and for the public, I want to acknowledge how hard it is to get in the arena at all, to do anything publicly. And I mentioned before, particularly like what's said during public comment, people who themselves have the guts to get up here and say things, or send an email or something can be tough to hear, but honest and even valuable. And so I appreciate that. And I appreciate anybody that's got the guts to go on the live stream and be seen for everybody and say what they have to say.
Thank you. Last question is there anything else you would like the board and the community to know about your candidacy?
Yeah, I'm going to reiterate some of what was in my candidate statement, hopefully in a minute. So since graduating from Burroughs in 2003, I've dedicated myself to public service and civic life in Burbank and beyond, including as a public employee with BUSD, LAUSD, the cities of LA and Glendale, and Los Angeles County, as well as 2 terms on the Altadena Town Council. I've been drawn to such roles because I believe I have something meaningful to offer: integrity and decent judgment, and a belief, yes, as I mentioned, that we're all in this together. This opportunity to fill a vacancy on this board comes at a moment when those who can step up should. When my kids were born, I had exactly 2 wishes for them: that they be kind and curious. Beyond the home, school is the very best place to nurture those qualities, where students learn from peers and are guided by caring, supported teachers. If there's a chance to help steady the course of this district over the next year, I would like to be part of it. I'm grateful to the Burbank Unified for shaping who I've become. I'm in awe of the dedication it takes to teach and aware of the challenges ahead to sustain that vital work. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, let's hear it. Next, you, Dr. Macias.
Jessica Dolbear, followed by Molly D'Armendi, and then Tyler Grenland.
Good evening. Good
Evening.
Gave everyone 1 second to find 19 candidates.
There you are.
Candidates. Hiding in plain sight. Molly. Okay, ready, guys?
Ready.
Sweet. Okay. First question. What inspired you to apply for the vacant seat on the BUSD Board of Education?
So like most people, I saw the notice on the website, saw it when it came in on those BUSD e-news emails. And I come from many generations of teachers, administrators, school board members, and so I know that it is not easy. No part is easy or simple. As we've seen tonight, there are many different viewpoints. School district is large, and to be on the board is to carry all of that. But nothing is more important than investing in the schools that are shaping our children, that are taking them every day, most of their waking hours, and turning them into the future generation. I've learned that you get to be a part of the community that you build. So if you would like to have a community that represents you and that fits you and works for you, you have to step up and start putting in the work it takes to build that. My family has declined opportunities to move elsewhere. We didn't move to Burbank because of the school district. We just happened here because my husband got a job. But beyond the school district, the Burbank community has been a wonderful and amazing place that we continue to choose to be a part of. And so I'm here tonight because I am choosing to be a part of the school district and the school community. And I'd like to go even more wholeheartedly.
Thank you and good evening. Second question, how would you balance the needs of students, staff, families, and the broader community when making decisions?
Balance is getting even harder with these harder financial times, with these new regulations that are coming from above. But as the board has said here tonight, being open-minded about every decision, about every thought process is the key. Balance requires understanding all of the different pieces that come into making a decision. I think we can't be afraid to be educated continually, to not know things and to learn them when we need to include those in our decisions. We can't be afraid, though, to make the decisions and make the choices that are needed. At the end of the day, the kids come first. They are our guiding light. It is easy when we come into processes like this to think about the rules and the information and so much that is coming from all different sides. And what I try to do when I have to make big balancing decisions in life, at work, at home with my now 2 kids who don't know about balance, is to always ask, does this serve the goal? How do we serve the goal? What is the goal? How do we best serve it? How do we get there? Our goal is to serve the students in the school community. How do we best serve the students? That guiding light brings it all into balance because all of us at every level are here to reach that end. Here in this room, on this side or that side of the microphone, teachers, administrators, it all is trying to balance. It is nothing but our job to help that.
Thank you.
Thank you. How would you support BUSD's efforts to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools?
I think responsiveness is the really key element to that. DEI is what we all know, but cultural responsiveness is what brings DEI from sort of a statement and a mission heading to something that benefits our community. Burbank is sort of a beautiful and diverse community. It's a city, it's got a small town feel. We all clearly care very much about it. And I think the way to meet that need for DEI is to respond to the diverse community that we have here. It's not about fitting the USD into a mold that was created elsewhere. It is about drawing information and inspiration from the sources here in our community, responding specifically to the diverse community that we are in. My family has had the benefit of the dual immersion program, my kindergartner. And as a multiracial kid who went to public school in Southern California myself, I did not describe myself as a multiracial kid. That was not a thing. And so to see my own child know that he is multicultural and know that his classmates are multicultural and have that celebrated shows that BUSD has already made those impacts. I think the real measure of DEI is not the statement that is put out. It is the statements that community members make, that we are diverse, that they feel represented and included. And BUSD has so far done a good job of that, in my experience. I'd love to continue that.
How would you support continued improvement in academic achievement, student well-being, and staff development?
I think the first step to improving is to understanding where we've been and understanding where we need to go. So in my mind, this is a knowledge is power sort of situation. The more the community members know, the more our teachers and administrators know about what we're considering and what sort of decisions need to be made, the more they can inform us on what is needed. We have to give our kids the best practices, but to constantly stay on top of developments and resources that we can provide to our schools and our teachers and our kids so that we can improve, so that we know what is available to us as we improve. We know the benefits, for example, of things like hands-on learning and tying learning into students' lived experiences. And when ideas like that exist and are already being implemented outside of BUSD, I think we can learn a lot by looking around us at what is being done and looking at what our options are. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. We just have to figure out which pieces of the wheel work best for our specific BUSD. I think BUSD is already doing really cool things that have improved and meet the best practices. Elementary STEAM lab did not exist 30 years ago. Dual immersion programs are cropping up all over Southern California and elsewhere, and we are a part of that. And by seeing those different options and resources and considering them for ourselves, we bring the best improvements for our students.
Thank you. Dr. Weisberg.
What strategies would you use to engage with families, students, and community members to understand their needs and perspectives?
The first step to engagement is actually making that connection and engaging, which I think comes from meeting people where they are at. It means looking to connect in every forum, more info, more connection, giving our stakeholders, for lack of a better term, more opportunities to come and be a part of the situation. My grandmother was a single mother to 4 kids and dirt poor and working night shifts. And she never went to a school board meeting in her life, because how do you go to a school board meeting when you have to work the night shift? How do you go to a school board meeting when you need a babysitter for 4 kids you can't pay for? Knowing about those hurdles for our community members allows us to come and find them. I think that oftentimes when we say meeting people where they're at, we assume that it's an equal opportunity. But when you take the position on the board, it is about going out and finding people. I joined the executive board of my local AYSO when I was 17 because I didn't know any better. And that was a real crash course in exactly how much work everything is. But but I learned a lot. And one of the things that I did to try and learn was just walk out on the field and find people and ask questions and meet them. And the amount of information that I gathered was, I mean, crazy and informative. And the number of conversations I had with people who had never been sort of involved in the higher decision making, but had real stake in these things. It's only more true at the school board level. So things like emails and public comments are great, but creating other opportunities, surveys, forums, going to schools, using the public library to invite people to come at a different time. More options.
Thank you. Last question. Is there anything else you would like the board and the community to know about your candidacy?
Like I said, I applied because I believe that it is important to support our students. And because I believe that when you're going to do something, you should go all in. So when I put my child in Burbank Public School, I wanted to be as involved as possible. And it has been really sort of settling as a parent to hear all of the wonderful candidates who have come before me. And I'm sure will come after me, though I have to go home to my breastfed baby. So it is with that in mind that the students are the most important and that it is our job to be there for them that I come here. And I think that BUSD has done some wonderful things. I think it's easy to get lost in that because there have been hard times and we're in hard times and there's fixing and repairing and healing to be done. But keeping in mind the good things that we have seen helps us bring more good things to the table. Thank you.
Much? Yes, let's hear it. All right, continuing.
Molly D'Armendi, followed by Tyler Grenlin, and then Ann Vitorelli.
I don't know.
Right, you ready?
Okie dokie. What inspired you to apply for the vacant seat on the BUSD Board of Education?
Thank you. First, I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Molly D'Armendi. I'm the current PTA president at Miller Elementary, super involved at school, and thank you for having us all here today to move forward during these times. For the past 16 years, I've been dedicated to making a positive impact for the lives of children and young adults through support, mentorship, advocacy, and working towards their well-being and future opportunities. Beyond my work with youth, I proudly served on various boards since about 2000, remaining committed to supporting the broader community through trustworthy and balanced leadership. So how did I get here? Why am I sitting at this table? Over the years, before I left the workforce, raising my son, I worked at a high-pressure casting desk for about 10 years. So I've had all the ups and downs that can give you. I have had extensive work locally and nationally with my sorority, Alpha Chi Omega. I had the gift of being able to work as a national specialist for a program called My Journey and traveled around the nation to teach a course called Barriers to Facilitation. And currently I serve on the local House Corporation Board of the House at UCLA. And we manage a 99-year-old property that has a lot of the same problems that the BUSD properties have, as you guys have to deal with all the time. So after the birth of my son, I joined the Burbank Parent Education Program and got quickly involved with their board and their leadership team. And now I've lived in Burbank for about 7 years. My son is at Miller Elementary, and we wanted to move to Burbank specifically to go to public school that was representative of the community that lived around it. We could have gone to public school. We didn't think that was a genuine experience. We wanted public school education in the community. And I live in trustee area number 3. We love that side of town. We love our community. We love our new immigrant neighbors. We love our Armenian friends. We love all of it. We're here. Is that my 2 minutes?
Thank you, and good evening. How would you balance the needs of students, staff, families, and broader community when making decisions? Staff and families, sorry.
So balancing the needs, I think that you all work as one entity. So I think the biggest thing that we can do as community members and leaders is listen. I think that you do a lot of that in these meetings, of course, but doing that outside of the environment, engaging with teachers and staff and administrators and families and even the kids that all have opinions about things. And that's what I do at Miller. When I walk around, people tell me all sorts of things all the time. And engaging in that way that you can listen, that you can kind of workshop ideas and come up with creative solutions on a limited budget is the best way to work together to engage with the community. And the kids have great ideas too sometimes. And I love that.
How would you support BUSC's efforts to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools?
So I love the posters. I see the posters. I don't know if that is always reflected in the time and energy of staff to actually boots on the ground, work with the kids to go through situations that they go through all the time. There's a lot of racism. There's a lot of conversations online. If you're hearing that it doesn't happen, it does. And I think that coming up with creative funding solutions for the school sites is the best way to give the staff more time and energy to actually focus on those real situations that will broaden and open kids' minds and hearts to each other. And I think that especially at a big school like Miller, and we have some other very large schools, that sometimes is the biggest barrier, is just the time. And beyond that, love the posters. It's fine. But focusing on, things like Title IX, I know we're struggling with some things like that, Civil Rights Act things, other DEI things. We are all DEI in some way, and we have to keep reminding our communities that we are all fighting our battles, all struggling. We're all living in the society together, and it's finding ways to work with each other and to advocate for each other's cultures and communities and our society together.
How would you support continued improvement in academic achievement, student well-being, and staff development? Thank you.
We can't control the money that comes in to some extent. We can control how we spend it. I think coming up with creative solutions to the problems that this board and this district have almost no control over, coming up with those creative solutions are going to be the things that solve problems that many other districts are going to struggle with if they don't come up with those solutions. It's always down to money, and there's only so much you guys can do about it. But focusing on things in LCAP, focusing on the school priorities, those are going to be the things that, like other people said, you got to put where your heart is on paper and show the community what you believe in. And I think BUSD has done a pretty good job at that. We've got lots of problems, but we're very reflective of the money and the time on paper is where our values are.
What strategies would you use to engage with families, students, and community members to understand their needs and perspectives?
So listening, again, is the best thing that people can do. I think that physically going out and being a part of the community is leaps and bounds the best thing that can happen. I think the feeling of anger and all those big feelings that everybody is dealing with, and I feel those feelings too, and you guys too, that getting out there, engaging, showing people that we want to be there, that we want to support the kids, that we want to engage in the community, and then you can actually see facility issues or this or that, or listen to people. It's all those things all put together, but being super visible and super engaged in the community.
The last question, is there anything else you would like the board and the community to know about your candidacy?
So I'm a stay-at-home parent. who's never at home, of course, as those things go. I have been out of the workforce for about 10 years, but I've spent that time doing a massive amount of volunteer work outside of my child's school experience as well. And I have the time and energy to commit to 5-hour meetings, trainings, going to school functions, all that sort of stuff. I do love it. I think the parliamentary process is so important to keeping the legalities, and everything else can't happen unless we do the work. And I think that engaging in the work of the structure of the meetings and all that makes a big difference in the kids' experience. And I love the kids. I want to be there to support them and cheer them on and engage in a way to affect more children in such a positive way to give them a better future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes. Dr. Massey.
Tyler Granlin, followed by Ann Bitarelli, and then Annie Savage Cross.
What's after Tyler? All right. Good evening, sir.
Good evening.
Yes. Ready? Okay. What inspired you to apply for the vacant seat on the BUSD Board of Education?
Hi, well, thank you for having me. What inspired me to apply was just following along with what was going on and feeling really personally offended that the wonderful school district that I specifically bought a house and started a family here to be a part of seemed like they were kind of failing to keep up their end of the bargain to remain to be excellent. But now that I'm sitting here, well, sitting back there, I'm actually having second thoughts about the application process. Not only am I feeling vastly underqualified compared to these other candidates, the opening comments gave me a trip down memory lane. I was the child of a politician. I spent my elementary years with my father was in local government and city council mayor, and then junior high through high school, he was a state legislature. And I didn't even really think about animosity that grows in that situation. And I didn't I have a fourth grader at Bret Hart. I didn't really think about her and how she would feel. And I was exactly her age. You know, I was in fifth grade when he went into Sacramento, and it's not fun to have a kid who is, and you guys for the rest of this term are going to be extremely polarized and full of animosity. So I am having second thoughts about the whole application but I'm here, and I wouldn't be setting a good example if I got scared and walked out and quit. So I'm going to use this time just to briefly throw a couple of ideas out into the world that I've wanted you guys to hear. So proceed with your questions.
Yes. All right, I'm trying to remember which legislator you're probably.
He was assemblyman. Yeah, he was in the 65th district. It was in the Inland Empire.
Oh. How would you balance the needs of students, staff, families, and the broader community when making decisions?
So I think that it's more of the way a signal flow operation. So the students are paramount, and their experience and safety and success educationally and developmentally is the primary task at hand. If you prioritize them and you look at the classroom very, very first and foremost, and their safety and their quality of education and the experience they have, by making financially responsible decisions and ensuring they have all the resources and high quality staff they need for you to look at the classrooms and say, we're doing the best we possibly can, then by default, you're going to wind up with good staff. And if you do those two things, you're going to have to listen to your staff to continue to do the job number one, to make that work. And if you listen to the good staff that you went and found, the families and the communities are going to be very happy. And that you don't have to balance anything. You just have to do the first part, and everyone's going to be happy.
Never knew
wrote so slowly until this meeting. Hi. Thank you for coming. How would you support BUSD's efforts to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools?
This is interesting. For me, it's really easy to become accustomed to just assuming that because we live in such a wonderfully diverse community within the Los Angeles area, it's sort of easy to sort of like just think, oh yeah, like everyone kind of thinks the way I think, and they don't care about any of those things. But obviously that's not the case, that people get left behind because of their background or because of the way they look or because of challenges that they faced with what they were born, the hand they were dealt or the resources they have at home. And if I, as a board member, I think what I would do is I would vote to responsibly distribute resources to problems that we know exist. And the way we would know they exist is by listening to the staff that I talked about earlier, that we know we can trust their opinion. And I think the most important thing is that your first task of the new board member is to be finding the permanent superintendent, and leadership will find a way to set the example and be sure that you find someone who leads with empathy and they hold those values of inclusiveness close to their heart. And if you do that job, things should just fall in line, as long as you listen to people and you vote with your heart and you keep that in mind when you with how you spend money and the policies you enact.
Thank you. Board member comment.
How would you support continued improvement in academic achievement, student well-being, and staff development?
Okay, this is where I'm going to throw some ideas out. That's what I want you to hear. So I think that a huge thing that I'm really passionate about, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Wait Until 8th. It's a nonprofit to try to keep kids off cell phones until they're at least in high school. I brought that to the Bret Hart community two years ago and have gotten 40 families to sign up. A year and a half ago, my wife got diagnosed with breast cancer, and that sort of my ability to sort of push that fell away, but not fell away. She's doing great now, by the way. So I didn't mean to be a bummer. So I think that go back to my digital policy thing. Sorry. I feel that BUSD is in a major need of strong technology policies. Watching children crowd around another student's cell phone, watching whatever videos they choose to on elementary school campuses, which I literally witnessed today, is not responsible, and it goes against the efforts other parents are putting forth to keep their children off of the internet and social media unsupervised. The dangers and the disruption of development and the educational environment these devices pose is no longer theoretical or up for debate. I would love to see BUSD on the forefront of pulling our children out of the virtual world and into the real world, where they can have a chance to develop their real life social communication and conflict resolution skills without the endless distraction and competition for their mental bandwidth by these monetized sources of entertainment. And I think if you get the smartphones out of the school, your educational process is going to be better. Your test scores are going to improve. Their mental health on campus is going to improve. The staff's feeling about how they're dealing with their kids is going to improve. And this has been proven in a myriad of different places throughout the nation. And I think Burbank really needs to step forward and say, hey, these things are dangerous. They're bad for learning. Get them out of here. Sorry you want to text all day. Do it later or get it done.
What strategies would you use to engage with families, students, and community members to understand their needs and perspectives?
So I'm going to steal a term from another candidate. It was demystify, which I was kind of struggling to find what I was feeling about this. So if you demystify the board through transparency, and if I was a board member, I would seek to be as transparent, as approachable as I possibly could. Big thing I would do is make the budget as visible as possible, especially with the recent turmoil in the budget and people feeling ripped off when there's dishonesty and corruption, and find a way to make it understandable, so that someone can pull it up and be like, this is what's happening behind the scenes. This is where the bond that I voted for is being spent. Because I vote yes for everything, and I couldn't tell you where this money goes. I have no idea. And I think that you can have all the public outreach, you can have all the meet and greets, donuts, coffee, whatever, go to school boards. But if people don't understand what questions to ask you and they don't understand what it is you do all day, there won't be a healthy conversation. So if you demystify it, you make all of your stuff very easily digestible, the people will be able to have a conversation with you that is healthy and you can actually learn something rather than them saying, I don't really know how this works, and you having to explain it to them, and then your time's up and you haven't learned anything. So those emails that you get or the public comments that you get will actually be poignant and relevant. So be transparent, make things easily digestible.
Thank you. Last question. Is there anything else you would like the board and the community to know about your campus?
Yeah. I had a much longer thing written here, but I want to get into my other idea. So, so this community is special. And like I said, I've specifically moved to this community in 2010. I've been in the Valley for 25 years, but I moved here in 2010 specifically so my kid could go to these schools. My kid didn't exist for 5 years, but that was the plan. And this community is built by families who value our schools. And they deserve to have that value, the values they hold, to be respected immensely. And another idea I have is that you really got to bring intramural sports to the elementary school and middle school level. These private and charter schools have it, and people choose to go to those schools because they want that experience, and you're going to have retention and enrollment come up, and it's more money in your pocket or in your budget, not in your pocket. That's a bad term. in your coffers for you to spend on the kids. And you guys have these wonderful campuses with these huge gymnasiums and all the fields. So why don't we have intramural sports for elementary schools, cross schools, all these things? It's healthy. It teaches them good life lessons. It teaches them teamwork, teaches them how to conflict resolution, teaches them how to overcome challenges and get better at something. That's all I got.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all those suggestions. All right. Continuing, Dr. Macias.
Up is Ann Vitorelli, followed by Annie Savage Cross, and then Krista Kasumi.
Good evening.
Hello, I'm Ann Vitorelli.
What inspired you to apply for the vacant seat on the BUSD Board of Education?
So I attended the LCAP meetings during last year, and I was frankly not upset, but kind of just depressed about the budget. And so when I get depressed, angry, I'm like, instead of getting mad about it, I like to do action. So I figured once I saw the application come through, I'm like, I'm applying because I have 2 students who use the schools. So I figure, they're young, they're in elementary. If I can, if you start early, get involved, maybe down the line, you can make improvements for their future. I'm also I work for UCLA, so I see the product of what comes out of the school districts. And I think Burbank has a really good school district. That's why we moved here, so that we could have the good school district. And I just want to keep supporting not only my students, but the whole district, because it's very important for our future.
Thank you. Second question, how would you balance the needs of students, staff, families, and the broader community when making decisions?
So being a scientist, I do health and safety. You have to do risk assessments. So you have to balance what the risk is or what you need to do, what's needed for the student, what it takes to get that student, and is it really what you need to do? You can always, you have that triangle where you have to, you want to make it like a good triangle, not lopsided, I guess. So you have to take everything into consideration and make your best judgments. You can't do everything for everyone. You have to do the best for as many students as possible, which includes the teachers, your parents, the staff, everybody who's involved, all your stakeholders, including the community.
Hi. How would you support BUSD's efforts to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools?
So I am a former foster parent. My 2 children came through the foster system. They're multicultural, and our family's multicultural. We have had other children who were other ethnicities. And so currently and before, I've been just doing by example. I make sure that everybody is well cared for. They get what they need. My children are both special needs as well. So we have them, I'm advocating for them for their IEPs, their learning disabilities, whatever they need. And I think not only my students, but I see how well the schools have been trying to get the students into these programs. However, I know the money is not there for everybody or every school. So we kind of have to see if there's other ways of getting it to those students so that we can get them the help that they need as well. Whether it be other programs, if they can, something like the regional center or like the Ties for Families for the adoptive families. There's got to be other programs as well that we can look into to see if we can bring them into the schools to help out with that as well.
How would you support continued improvement in academic achievement, student well-being, and staff development?
Bring in some other stakeholders like the universities. They have programs that can help with the schools. I know they have interns that go into the schools and help the student or the teachers and the students so they learn how to become teachers. There's programs where I work at UCLA CNSI, which is technology centers where we go and we have teacher programs, we have student programs. Like on November 7th, I'm going to plug, November 7th is on campus is the Exploring Your Universe, which is a great opportunity. The whole campus is open on the scientific side where they have booths and different things where the planetarium is open. So there's different things that you can do with different schools. You can bring them in or have the teachers go to them for like maybe a kit or something for them to learn how to teach the students as well.
What strategies would you use to engage with families, students, and community members to understand their needs and perspectives?
You know, everybody's like, you know, you have to listen, obviously. That's, but going to as many events as you can, and actually really, really listen to them. Listen to the children. What are their needs and what do they want as well? Like I love that suggestion about the soccer in the school because my kids have been asking for that. But yes, community engagement. You just have to be out, be visible. And I do recommend the not dumb it down, but make it so that it's like, you know, explain it so that people can understand it. That is a great suggestion. I love that suggestion.
Question is there anything else you would like the board and the community to know about your candidacy?
Sure. I know I'm not really qualified for this. I have never served on a board or anything like that. I just want you to know that there are other parents out there that really want to support the board as well. Actions mean more than just yelling about something. And I do appreciate you yelling because I do yell too. But once you stop and think, okay, what can I do to help you guys? If I'm not on the board, make some suggestions for the parents so that they can also help you guys make decisions. Thank you. Thank you.
Have a nice, let's hear it, yes. Next. Dr. Messias.
Up is Annie Savage Cross, followed by Krista Kasuni, then Karen Herrera.
Can I suggest we take a small break after this one, please? Thank you.
After, Ms. Savage. Hi, good evening.
Hi.
Hello.
Savage Cross, how are you?
Good. Give me one. Yes. Okey dokes. What inspired you to apply for the vacant seat on the BUSD Board of Education?
Well, much like most of the people you've heard from tonight, I am a parent in the community. And I didn't know who else would be applying and kind of thought, well, it couldn't be worse than me. And I'm pretty good. I can't say I'm not an educator. I'm a mom. I'm an entertainer. I've always been active in my community, wherever that is. I've been in Burbank for at least 14 years. I care too much a lot. It's kind of a problem. Well, but it comes from a place of community. Just that's instilled in me. My father was a police officer in Portland, Oregon. That's where I grew up. And that was my culture, is looking out for the little guy, trying to serve and protect, I suppose.
Thank you and good evening. How would you balance the needs of students, staff, families, and the broader community when making decisions?
I currently work for a major corporation. And it's always interesting when decisions are being made without talking to those of us with boots on the ground. That is, and they're not watching, so it's fine. But that is like my number one complaint about how these sort of things work. As like, you sort of get used to being at this level and what you know, and then the people that talk to you at this level, but then all the people, it trickles down so much. And so you have people up here making decisions for the people down here without having spoken to them, without talking to them. So it would really be talking to the teachers, going to the schools, talking to, basically working the way up and seeing like, where's the disconnect? Where are we not finding common ground here? Where can we make a better system for each other to make everything more cohesive?
Thank you.
How would you support BUSD's efforts to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools?
I would support it. I'm not going to be bringing anything new to the game in that regard. To me, I hate that this even has to be a question because it should just be inherent in all of us. Sadly, it's not. So it would be, my daughter went to Emerson Elementary, and I was really impressed with everything that they did in that spectrum. They researched all kinds, they really took advantage of the heritage months. They had a whole heritage ceremony and like a cultural diversity night where you would get people would get up and showcase things. And I thought that was just so important. And not that that specific thing needs to happen all the time, but like more of that, and not just in elementary school. Cause I feel like, oh, elementary school, let's learn about this and that. And like, I remember learning about slavery and I was horrified. And then I went, and then I got to the end of the story and I was like, oh, okay, it's all good. Woo. So like and then I grew up and I was like, oh no, that's not the case. So it has to continue and it has to be something that we say, this is still happening. This, like, even our elementary school kids, we want to protect them and keep them as innocent as possible for as long as possible. But a lot of our students who are not white facing are experiencing that themselves, and that's not fair. And they don't need to teach the white children what that is, or, not necessarily black and white, but it needs to be more broad and reminded throughout education that this is still a problem. That was me.
Wow.
Magic. Oh, I am. I work at Ollivanders. I'm a wand keeper, yeah. So I am a witch, so sorry.
All right then.
Lumos, sorry, Knox.
Where am I at here? How would you support continued improvement in academic achievement, student well-being, and staff development?
That's a tough one. I mean, it needs a lot of support. So it's kind of similar to my first response is asking what they need, figuring out what's needed to support that. I'm not going to come in with a whole here's what we do, because I don't know. I didn't educate. I volunteer a lot at the schools, and I'm friends with all of my daughter's teachers. I just got a text from her second grade teacher the other day. And I redesigned her entire elementary school library because it was this old cafeteria. And it wasn't this impactful, humongous, change of life situation, but I made it this magical room, and kids love being in there now. They love going to the library because it's just a magical place where they feel like it's encouraging the reading and stuff. So to me, it's academic success is more than just read this book, do this math assignment, what are the ways that kids learn differently and kids feel things differently? Let's support as much as we can in simple ways like that. There's research out there to support all of these, ideas. So
What strategies would you use to engage with families, students, and community members to understand their needs and perspectives?
don't listen. No, I'm kidding, because you've heard that so much. Absolutely. It's community engagement. It's finding a level that that people are at. What is it? Facebook, social media, TikTok. You don't have to go make all these really cool videos trying to be all hip, but utilize these things that people use all the time to get the information out. Find interesting ways, and it's really about more community and getting people to want to come help and having a role for them where they feel like they're volunteering their time. They want to feel like that is a valuable effort, that's worth their time, and that they are making an impact. And it might not be, sitting up here with you, but or even here in the crowd a couple times, but it's actually being a part of a group that is put together through this.
Thank you. And last question. Is there anything else you would like the board and the community to know about your canvas?
I do a lot of things that are not about me. People have a hard time. They're like, why? Well, what's your ulterior motive? But what is it really? And I was like, no, I just really like helping people. I like being able to be effective and make positive change and positive impact. I am certainly not the most qualified person to come up here, but I did this whole thing because I'm passionate about being there for my community, about helping people. And it's not about me. It's not about you. It's not about Debbie Kukta and her cheering squad. By the way, thanks for still being here. That's like for real. Like that's commitment. That's nice. That's not about us. It's about the kids. It's about what we're doing for them and how we're supporting them. Mic drop.
Yes, everyone, let's hear it. We're gonna take a short break. How many? 5 minutes? Yeah, we'll be back at 9. Thank Macias, who do we have next?
Up right now is Krista Kasuni, followed by Karen Herrera, then Kelsey Olson.
All right. Good evening.
Yes. Okay. All right. Ready?
Ready?
Okay. What inspired you to apply for the vacant seat on the BUSD Board of Education?
Thank you. Introduce myself. I'm Krista Kasuni. I am a mother of identical twin boys that turned 15 years old 4 hours ago. So I'm going to leave after this and go meet them for dinner. But, I imagine that many people in our community feel that the world is in a bit of an unrest right now. We've also had our own challenges to overcome here in our own city of Burbank, but we are much bigger than our problems. No one is immune from the uncertainty, frustration, and fatigue that comes with these times, and I think that I can help bring people together. I want to do something. I want to make an impact, no matter how small or how big. This community is important to me. Our teachers who are leading our future leaders are important to me, and our children are everything to me. I made a vow that when I became a parent, I would do everything I could to provide my children, and frankly, any other child that fell into my circle more than I had growing up. I was to be seen and not heard. I know what it feels like to be left behind, to be bullied, and to not have opportunities that others had. I never want my children to feel that way or to experience that. So this is my way of giving back, of giving them a voice if they aren't able to use their own. It's vital we pave the way for future generations and current teachers to ensure everyone has the tools and resources they need to be successful. This is our opportunity to shine as a community, as parents, as teachers, and to provide guidance for our children who will eventually be sitting in the very seats that you all occupy today.
Thank you and good evening. How would you balance the needs of students, staff, families, and the broader community when making decisions?
That is a loaded question. I was raised, you have 2 ears and 1 mouth, and you have to take action when someone tells you something. So from my perspective and from my background in business, if a client has a problem, we sit down and we talk about it. We hear them and we put together an action plan. What did we hear? What are we going to do? When are we going to do it? And how are we going to communicate on a regular basis those things? People want to be seen, they want to be heard. And this is our opportunity to do just that. We can't make empty promises. You have to hear them and put a plan in place and communicate over time and again. People forget. Our memories are short. We have to remind them what we are doing to support them.
How would you support BUSD's efforts to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools?
So I currently sit on the Women in Leadership Board for my global organization. And I also participate in LGBTQ events, my global organization. I want to ensure that I'm an ally for everyone, no matter where they come from or who they identify as. And it's really important that we respect everyone, regardless of religion, culture, race, limitations or beliefs. My family, we are a family with different cultures and opinions. And I've always fostered a home of open communication and discussion. And it's okay to agree to disagree. You just have to be respectful. My children
are third generation genocide survivors, Armenian genocide survivors. You would never guess that by looking at them. They look like me. They were bullied at school because they didn't look Armenian enough. So education is power. Knowledge is power. We have to educate that everyone deserves a fair and equitable education, regardless of what level they're at. You have a 12th grader reading at a 5th grade level, they deserve the same education as a 12th grader reading at a college level. We have to be fair, we have to be inclusive, and we have to educate the children.
How would you support continued improvement in academic achievement, student well-being, and staff development?
Thank you. That's a really important question. I served on school site council both at Jefferson Elementary and John Muir. And I was so proud of the work that we did those 4 years, 2 years at each school. And we did a lot of this work. We really started to dig into the test scores, where the gaps were. You know, English learners tend to need a little bit more support. And we, again, I go back to the action plan. We put a plan together. And it took us a bit, but we got there and we were able to offer up teachers, you know, free days to improve their craft and still ensure that children were being cared for. So I think it's important just to dig in, do the work, and not be afraid of a challenge, and to come up with new ideas. We sat at Jefferson and Mr. Barros said, blow it up. And we did, and it was awesome. We whiteboarded for 4 hours. Again, I was just really proud of that work. And I think you just have to be curious and be motivated to do that.
What strategies would you use to engage with families, students, and community members to understand their needs and perspectives?
This is a really hard one. We talk about devices and technology, and it's the best of us, but it's also the worst of us. So I think we need to give our community more access to share their views. I know emails are great. They get lost, and sometimes things are lost in translation. So I almost think like using technology and get more information from the community. And then again, putting those action plans together and saying, we heard you and these are the things we did. And then we're going to report back to you in 90 days. And then we're going to report back in 120 days. And it's not always going to be green. It's going to be yellow and red. And I think that's okay. That's part of the learning process. But giving the community the tools and the safety and the trust for them to communicate and be brutally honest with us, with you as a board, is going to be really important right now.
Thank you. And the last question is there anything else you would like the board and the community to know about your candidacy?
Yes, thank you. I'll read my closing statement. I sit before you today because I believe deeply in giving back to this amazing community that has given so much to my family. As a parent, community member, and an active volunteer, I've seen firsthand the dedication of our teachers and the potential of our students. I want to ensure that both are supported in meaningful, lasting ways. My goal is to advocate for ethical oversight, transparent decision-making, and equitable resource allocation so that every dollar spent truly benefits our children and educators. I also want to help create a school environment where teachers feel empowered and supported, where students feel safe, inspired, and equipped to thrive. This is more than a role or a job or a volunteer thing. It's a responsibility I would take very seriously. I'm committed to listening, collaborating, and working hard to help our district grow stronger for every child, every teacher, and every family. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Come with me.
Up is Karen Herrera, followed by Kelsey Olson, and then Arshia Khan.
Karen Herrera here? Okay, Karen is not here. Hold on. Karen is not here. And
She's here.
Elsie, are you here? Hi, Karen.
Nice to meet you all.
Hello.
I'm so grateful we all got a brain break.
Oh, there you go. Ms. Olson, good evening.
Hello. Hi. What inspired you to apply for the vacant seat on the BUSD Board of Education?
Well, I am like one of the many here that is a mother and just active supporter of the schools. But truthfully, I believe very seriously in public schools, what it stands for, what it means for the community, for our country as a nation. But in my line of work, I understand what that involves, what public schools need in order to thrive. So a bit about me. I am a former teacher. I performed for Disney for a while, which is what got me from the East Coast here to the West Coast. And I have spent the last, 12, 15 years in education technology. So I really found my stride working for companies that were on the forefront of advancing learning, technology, strategic pedagogy, learning sciences. And so I started out in like sales and customer success. So literally boots on the ground, helping teachers learn how to scroll and use new technology, kind of paving the way for what that needed to become. I moved into director roles overseeing customer success. So that's handling the deeper partnerships nationwide on how they're using it. And I became very consultative with districts and some states, actually. So I got to work with policymakers, change agents, superintendents, people that were doing amazing work in our country in moving the needle forward in education. And that job, I became the COO, which was another thing. But now I work running special projects, the ecosystem around K-12 to support how all of those additional stakeholders, nonprofits, workforce boards, chambers of commerce, support that K-12 journey. And I'm just inspired to bring what I've done with many other districts and states here to my home where I want to be.
Thank you. How would you balance the needs of students, staff, families, and the broader community when making decisions?
Yeah, I mean, the truth is, students are the North Star. And it's kind of like in my business. If students' success and outcomes don't progress, then everything else fails. The business dies. And so we have to think about, in order for us to see that student success, what are all the things that needs to happen? And that's what, that's what the LCAP is for. That's why we set up balance. And so we can set priorities and tactics and very specific things that we do to drive that action. And I think that what we need here is action and very strategic, proactive movements toward those things that we've set out as priorities.
Hi. How would you support BUSD's efforts to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools?
Great question. What I've been like just in love with is that everyone's responses echo such a consistency here. Everyone is on the same wavelength in this district, what I've been feeling and seeing with my daughters in the school today. But I think that DEI, all of it, is unfortunately something we need to keep defining. And I think we are in a strong position as Burbank Unified in California to be the head of that. We can keep defining it and showing evidence of what equity looks like in our schools. And that way we can continue to progress it. I'm also very afraid of DEI becoming a silo and not being spread out amongst all of the different departments. What are the outcomes of every single department for a DEI, not just the DEI department itself? Oh, wait, I have one more thing to add. Wait, did I run out of time?
No.
Debbie, thank you for bringing up the fence. I think that like the imagery that I see at every ed tech conference, every education conference is the fence, but no one still knows what that actually means. And so defining that equity to the public, our community, putting that imagery out there is very important as well.
Connor.
How would you support continued improvement in academic achievement, student well-being, and staff development?
Everyone. So I think that the first thing from my business mindset is that what I've done and helped districts do nationwide is consolidate resources and save money. This district needs money. And in order for us to do any of those things and support academics, our staff, we need more money. So we need to consolidate funds and then find ways, like our suggestions we've heard, on driving more money here. But I do believe that one of the ways we drive more money here is getting out into the community and explaining our value, but I can talk about that later. I really am a strong believer in bridging the silos of departments. So my job right now, my software that I support helps taking counseling departments, academic, accountability, superintendents, and using technology to weave all of them together so there's more human interactions with students. Because where we should be spending money is on humans to have human interaction with students. So that's really like where my position is on technology from an efficiency and operational standpoint.
What strategies would you use to engage with families, students, and community members to understand their needs and perspectives?
Sorry, I don't know why I was looking over there while you're asking about it. No, you're good. We've tried it so many times, I'm good. But no, I of course I can echo the same thing everyone else has said. I loved how one of our fellow applicants was just sharing how like, how are we supposed to be at these board meetings? This is the chaos of our evenings. And I saw 5 participants on the Zoom. You know, that's really hard. So we have to actually get tactical about getting out there and not just demystifying, but distilling that message and putting it in places where people are already looking. It's just like how we talk about business and marketing. I'm not going to go put it somewhere that no one's going to see it, or maybe even in just in an email that gets disappeared in our inboxes. But there are tactical ways we can do that. Social media, I don't like it, but it has its purpose. It really does. And I want kids to be involved in this messaging too. They are agents in this district. But I also do think that it's accessibility. Abby, I don't even know if you remember this. You got coffee with me 3 years ago because I reached out and I asked. This place is astronomically expensive to be in and we can't afford a home here. But we wanted to make the commitment to being here so that we could be in a part of a good school. And you were helpful in me understanding what that meant. And so I do think we have to keep leaning into that listening accessibility. Build trust by doing.
Thank you. Last question. Is there anything else you would like the board or the community to know about your candidates?
I have 2 lines of thoughts and it's hard because my closing statement has changed after this evening, The first is that, I'm new. My kids are just starting at Roosevelt Elementary this year. This was class. I'm the room parent and I'm thrilled to be just getting in. And like me not getting this role, all of us that have been here tonight, I hope it's just a reflection of we want to be here. Our whole motto for this is just showing up to show all of you your resources. And one of the things that I'm really good at in my job is finding the external resources in a school district to derive how we get more money and more for our students. And so I hope that that takeaway from all of you is that you have more people that are willing to give. But the last is that my job that I stepped into for a moment was COO, to do the sucky thing, which was to open the books and, figure out what's going on and fix it. And so that's one of the other reasons. I feel like I've done that part and I think I'm done. But thank you all so much.
Thank you very much. Let's hear it, everyone. Dr. Macias.
Up now is I'm sorry, we have no show. Miss Annie Markarian, followed by East Chow and Jamie DeWitt.
Good evening.
Let me know when everybody's ready.
Sure.
Okay. What inspired you to apply for the vacant seat on the BUSD Board of Education?
I've been a Burbank resident since 1992 and a proud product of public schools. Nearly 20 years, I have been a labor and employment attorney with the last 13 years serving in the public sector. In that time, I've held roles such as senior staff attorney over labor relations, chief labor negotiator, director of labor and employee relations, and racial and gender equity officer. Professionally, I oversee human resources, labor relations, and risk management for more than 1,000 employees across 18 work sites with 5 bargaining units. I've applied for this vacancy on the Burbank Board of Education because I believe I have a very unique skill set that is important for the board, especially at this point in time, which is very critical. You obviously have some challenges with senior leadership going on right now, which I think I would be able to provide expertise and some strategic guidance with. Also, my experience in the public sector, I think it's going to be able to help you rebuild trust and some transparency with the community. Just a couple examples of things that I recommend. You can adopt them or consider them, whether or not you select me. Just low-hanging fruit. Your staff report has so much room for improvement. For example, and that room for improvement is for you and to be able to do your job a lot easier and a lot better. Add a section on procurement, right? All your money needs to be allocated. All of your expenditures need to be allocated in accordance with the procurement policy. Why is that not there and really spelled out for you in your staff report? It'd be such a wonderful, wonderful way to kind of help streamline that process and those questions that you have for staff. The other way, currently have a section there about fiscal impact. One thing that you can, instead of just putting the dollar amount of instead of just adding the dollar amount, let's move on to the next.
You can add it to your next. Second question, and you can add it in any other questions continuation. How would you balance the needs of students, staff, families, and broader community when making decisions?
So like what many other people said, I think it's really important to first and foremost listen and be available to hear what people have to say. But also, is it really important to make sure that we're clear as to what our priorities are and what our strategic plan is. And to make sure that those decisions are aligned with those priorities and the strategic plan. And make sure that those priorities and strategic plan are informed by communication with our line staff, with our families, with other stakeholders within the district. Someone called it a guiding light. I like the term that she used, but it is to prioritize what's best for students, all students, especially the most marginalized students amongst us. And to focus on outcomes, really make sure that the decisions that we're making are intended to reach those goals that have been set, whether it's through the LCAP, whether it's through the superintendent's goals, et cetera. Just going back to the last question, the fiscal impact, right? Currently, in most of your staff reports, it currently just says, here's the dollar amount that is being allocated to this contract. What it doesn't say is where in the budget that's coming from, right? That's really important. Are these restricted funds or unrestricted funds? Are they coming from which line item in your budget? And that will help you guide, again, what your priorities are. And then adding a section that has to do with related actions. Have you approved a similar item in the past? Is this a continuation of a prior contract? Is this a new contract because something else didn't work? Again, just to make sure that the board can see the broader picture and that the community can see the broader picture as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. How would you support BUSD's efforts to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools?
So again, as a lot of other people have said, it's not about giving everyone the same thing. It's about giving each student what they need to thrive. And I fully support that. As someone who's completed a professional level certificate in DEI and serves as a race and gender equity officer, I approach this work with both experience and heart. I believe in looking at every decision, every program, every policy through an equity lens and embedding equity in our curriculum, in our hiring, in our discipline, and in family engagement. And I will say, I think the USC does a really great job here. I think you really are out there championing all of our students, all of our staff, whether it's in these board meetings, whether it's on campus, whether it's through community partnership. I think that the USC really thrives. One area I'm especially passionate about is special education. According to Ed Data, over 32% of the USD students have special learning needs. And we're investing significantly in their success. In Thursday's board agenda alone, there is several $100,000 in expenditures related to SPED. This is for staff, this is for training, and this is for resources. I'd love to see that investment in our students tied to a comprehensive plan so that every dollar that's being spent on our students translates into some type of a measurable result, an outcome that supports the students.
Board Member Khan.
How would you continue to support improvement in academic achievement, student well-being, and staff development?
So, I spent a lot of time thinking about this question as I was sitting over there. And what I struggled with is, well, what is the role of a board member, right? And where do we really have the ability to make those types of improvements? And I think first and foremost, I'd want to make sure that that is embedded in the superintendent's goals. I think that if we can embed those in the goals, then there's going to be very clear action items that are being put to further that goal. One area that I, in my professional capacity, have found a lot of success in is surveys, staff surveys. I know you guys do a lot of student surveys and parent surveys as well. I think that helps us get some of that frontline information to help identify from those people who are being impacted by the decisions that are being made, identify kind of where they see the area for growth, where they see the area for development, where they see the area for improvement, and where they want the district to be able to really invest those limited resources that we have. So two main areas. One, put it in the goals, and two, make sure that those goals are being, or the action items with those goals are being driven by actual student responses, as well as staff responses and family responses.
What strategies would you use to engage with families, students, and community members to understand their needs and perspectives?
So communication is the cornerstone of trust. We need to engage our stakeholders early and often. And a quick shout out to Dr. Macias in this area, because I do see the emails coming out during the board meetings. I hear you talking about the in-person engagements that you've had with them. So I think that that's wonderful and a wonderful start. USD in general does this well. You do use, as I said, survey tools. PTAs are very engaged, booster clubs, social media, the signage on the schools. I think some parents have told me about the Monday morning phone calls, something that the principals send out. All really wonderful ways to engage parents. Two areas that I think that we can focus on. One, there is so much negativity going on out there right now about the message, about what's going on with the USD. And I understand why that is, obviously. I think everyone in this room does. There's also so much positivity going on out there in the schools. Our schools are doing such wonderful things. Our principals and administrators are out there. And I see that, but I don't think it is being advertised, marketed, promoted in the way that it should. I would love to know if there's a comms person in your administration. And if not, maybe see if that can fit in your org chart to be able to really promote all the wonderful things going on in the district.
The second thing is I think there is an opportunity for expanded partnerships with city, local businesses and civic organizations to bring in new resources, mentorship, and learning opportunities for our students. Just take a look at this candidate pool. 19 people who have said, hey, I'm willing to serve. I'm ready to help, whether it's in this role because you only get to pick one, or whether it's in another role. And really that is a great bench for us to pick from and for us to use to support the district.
Thank you. Last question. Is there anything else you would like the board and the community to know about your candidates?
Sure, two things. First, I think it's important to note that I do not live in trustee area 3, and I have no intention of moving into the trustee area. My motivation is not about position or about incumbency. It is about service. Now more than ever, I think I have the skill set that is really going to benefit this district. Second, I have sat in the seat and stood at the podium in City Hall several times in the last few years. And sometimes in agreement with decisions and sometimes less in agreement, maybe more to challenge, but always with the same goal, to make things better. I want you to know that I am committed to engaging collaboratively, professionally, and constructively. I'm not here to rehash the past or to assign blame. And to be clear, I don't blame this board for the independent actions of Ms. Tabbitt. I'm here because I believe Burbank faces some serious challenges, and I have the experience and perspective to help lay a foundation. Thank you.
Yes, let's hear it. Next, Dr. Macias. I think these are the last two.
Yes, last two. East Chow, followed by Jamie DeWitt.
Jamie DeWitt here.
Ready to go.
Unfortunately, you know, my wife's not happy about it, but I'm here.
Hello,
Good evening.
I'm here to try to make the last 12 people.
Well,
sound,
thank you for saying
entertaining
this
one more
evening.
time.
Okay. What inspired you to apply for the vacant seat on the BUSD Board of Education?
I like difficult positions to be in. I like challenging roles. I also believe that you don't get to complain about something unless you're willing to do something about it. I haven't been too thrilled with some of the things I've been seeing in BUSD, so I'm here to try to make it better.
Thank you and good evening. How would you balance the needs of students, staff, families, and the broader community when making decisions?
That, I think, would have to be a budget question. I don't know what the budgets are like, but the needs would have to be prioritized so that the education of the students could continue to the largest extent that it can. That might not be, I'm sure that considering the recent budget cuts, there's probably going to be things that you will not be able to support. That will probably just have to come down to the number of people affected by the decisions that we make.
Thank you.
Hey. How would you support BUSD's efforts to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools?
I think BUSD does a surprisingly good job. This wasn't a thing when I was in school, so I don't really have litmus tests or benchmark to measure against. I did do a lot of DEI when I was at work. As far as the existing programs, I've been happy with them. I think the best part is probably the counselors that support all of the different problems or challenges that the children may have. I know that budget to support them has been limited. And I think probably the most important thing is either support and training for the teachers so they know how to deal with it, but most importantly, finding budgets to support the counselors who actually really know how to deal with it well.
Thank you. Board Member Kano.
How would you support continued improvement in academic achievement, student well-being, and staff development?
Also a budget question. I would like to see I would like to see the teachers get the proper training they need for all of the changes that are coming, mostly through AI,
I know that a lot of kids are having a tough time now because of the political climate. Issues with trying to get into college and stuff. All of those things are things that we could probably help out with, but all of it, as I said earlier, is probably dependent on budget. I'm sure there's training that could be done for them. I think it's important that we support the teachers and the faculty so that they can provide for the students for the things that they need. I think if we can't do that, then everything else doesn't really matter.
What strategies would you use to engage with families, students, and community members to understand their needs and perspectives?
I would like to see us use a lot more social media for outreach. Not parents will not come to necessarily all of the things. They're not going to talk to everybody, but they are all on social media. So Facebook, Reddit, Instagram, whatever their thing is that they're on. I think we should utilize that. I don't necessarily know you guys have staff time for that. Probably not. But I know that, for instance, BUSD has a video program that the kids put together that say what the news is for the school for the week. I don't see why we couldn't leverage them and maybe help out with this. I think that would be great. The parents would be more engaged because their kids are putting it together. And so they would probably interact with and like look at the news that we provide them more. What was coming through their kids, you know, I've made this video, I'm acting in it, I'm reporting on it, whatever it is. I think that would improve engagement.
Thank you. And the last question, is there anything else you would like the board and the community to know about your candidates?
Self-aggrandizing is not a thing I like to do, but I suppose it's necessary in this job. I worked at one of the top internet companies in the US for quite a number of years. I started as an engineer. I ended up as a senior director. I was responsible for critical systems where if they went down, the entire site would be down and we'd be losing thousands of dollars per second. I'm used to high pressure roles, high stress environments, working on a shoestring budget because you never have enough money to do all the things that you need to do, prioritizing, planning, you know, things that you need to do to get a thing done so that you can succeed at the thing that you're doing.
Thank you, and thank you very much.
Thank you.
Last but not least,
Mr. Jamie DeWitt.
you made it.
When I say that I was last, I don't think my wife's gonna believe me.
Honestly,
Please,
Yeah, she.
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I'll offer you.
that would be great.
Exactly.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Okay. What inspired you to apply for the vacant seat on the BUSD Board of Education?
What a wonderful question. I have two small kids. I am an older dad. I have a 4-year-old daughter that just started TK over at Edison. We walk there, we live right down the street. And then I have a young little son over there at Mary Alice O'Connor. I have a wealth of knowledge. I've worked with special needs kids for 21 years. I've worked all throughout the Los Angeles School District, worked at the Regional Center for a number of years. So what better time? And, you know, I see the headlines that things are challenging over here, and it seems like the perfect storm to want to make a little bit of an effort and an impact. So I just figured, you know, I'd apply and see if I could help out.
Thank you and good evening. How would you balance the needs of students, staff, families, and the broader community when making decisions?
I mean, everybody said it, and not that you guys know, but I worked at Trader Joe's for 6 years in between all of this stuff. And what they would do, everybody loves Trader Joe's. They inverted the pyramid. The students come first. Everybody said it. They come first. That's what we're here for. That's where the money should go. Obviously, you have to cut corners sometimes to make things work, but they need the most support, especially when working with individuals with special needs. I see all the time they're shortchanged so often for whatever reason. I attend IEP meetings, and it's unbelievable that a student doesn't receive extended school year to me when they're so far behind in the second grade or third grade when I'm introduced to the family. So if they can't be taken care of, then what are we doing? You know, they need the support. The teachers do as well. I get an email every Sunday night from my teacher with her wish list of things that she needs. And it's so unfortunate in these times that this is what it is. You know, I've worked with friends at Trader Joe's in the past that are special education teachers. They spend all their money on educating students. It's insane. It's sad. But it's the reality that we're living in. So making the best decision you can make to make sure everybody's supported is the only way to do it.
Thank you. How would you support BUSD's efforts to promote equity, inclusion, and cultural responsiveness across all schools?
You know, this is a great question. Everybody's nailed it. The district does a great job. I recently went over to UCLA for this Next for Autism event. And there was this super, like, on another level guy that worked for Microsoft. And he was neurodiverse. And he was in charge of that department. The passion that man had, the level of intelligence, the dude inspired me like I haven't been inspired in a long time. That's what you need. You need those people in the right positions to drive those programs that are super passionate about it. It oozes out of them, and people are interested in approaching them because of their overwhelming enthusiasm for what they do. I think that's what you need to make sure that those, you know, programs are supported. Welcome.
Board member come.
How would you support continued improvement in academic achievement, student well-being, and staff development?
You know, dabbling in the BCBA world, you got to make database decisions. You got to know where you're at. You got to know what the data tells you. And then, you know, make your decisions based on the need. Wherever you're struggling is wherever your efforts need to go. It's pretty basic to me. People need to also be able to be forthcoming about their insecurities or their weaknesses. I find people quite often aren't willing to identify where they need help, and it continues and goes along a lot, you know, farther than it needs to. So the environment needs to be, there needs to be an open environment. You know, as I sit here in a meeting like this and at the regional center, it just seems like such a divide between you and them. And it's just, it doesn't need to be like that, but that's kind of how things are. People are afraid to communicate about their insecurities or their deficits. And, you know, you have to give people an opportunity by just being human. You know, it's just so important. They need to feel comfortable telling you what they need. And if they're not, then they might be judged accordingly. You know, people are afraid.
Dr. Weiss.
What strategies would you use to engage with families, students, and community members to understand their needs and perspectives?
I do it every day. I do it every single day. And I'll tell you what it is. You do what you say, and you say what you do. Return the phone call, return the email, you go and sit in their kitchen table on that wood chair because there's roaches in their house. You go where they are and you make yourself available and you develop a relationship. And if you can do that, man, you'll move mountains. There's families I've worked with that I had nonverbal kids in kindergarten that graduated from Cal State Northridge, and they've taken me the entire way with them because I've made myself available. And you make an impact like that, and they'll move mountains for you, and they'll want to include you in their. And that's ultimately what it is. You got to be there. You got to show you care. It can't just be lip service. You have to prove it. Put your money where your mouth is, and you'll be all right, you know?
Thank you. Last question. Is there anything else you would like the board and the community to know about Cambridge?
The one thing that I'd like to say to the board, you know, you're in a tough position, but you're not alone. And a bad apple doesn't spoil the bunch. So, you know, whatever you want to say, you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You got a job to do. You got to be honest and open about what you can do better and just do it. Just be humble, man. You can get over this problem. In 10 years, people ain't going to remember. That's just the way it is, you know, but make sure you're there. You know, there's people showing up. They have things to say. You got to do what you got to do to make it right, you know, but I think, you know, you're here. You're doing the best you can do, but don't defend yourself. Don't defend yourself. Just move forward. This is where you are. You can't do nothing about what happened yesterday. Move forward. That's it. You're welcome.
And that was our last candidate for the evening. So, your mic is on. Thank you.
Yeah, so I have some suggestions, because it's not 11 o'clock. It's, but an early 9:48, you guys. So refreshing to be done so early. I still, I personally, before we make a decision, would like some time to reflect on this. I make up that, the community has been paying attention and will probably like to weigh in via email, as well. But I would like to take some time while we're here together before we receive all of those emails, just to talk a little bit about if we have any reflections on what we just heard and anything we want to talk about in terms of process for continuation. And I can, or not, or you can just say, my brain is fried and I'm done.
My brain is fried. I mean, I think as far as process is concerned, I think it serves us hypothetically well to reflect on the stuff, to allow people to respond, to make the final decision on Thursday. There's a lot of really wonderful things on which to reflect. I have so many notes, and so many wonderful things that people shared, ideas and concepts, which is nice. And it was a really nice reminder that there are so many people in BUSD, which I know, you know, like 9 times out of 10, I know so many people in BUSD who are rooting for the schools. And it's just a great reminder of that and what a phenomenal parent community we have. Beyond that, I think I just need to sit with my notes because I have about 30 pages. But I am happy to chime in on any conversation of reflection that somebody wants to initiate. I think I'm just less coherent and will be more coherent when I've had a chance to read through these and formulate some more questions for my colleagues. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I think just, while I knew this was a necessary step, I will say that tonight was a actual lovely joy. Just to hear from so many really engaged, devoted, committed community members who are truly interested in figuring out how to help. You know, we had that same experience, I think, with our Facilities Oversight Committee applications. This is, I feel like we only pick one from this large pool, but I just, there are so many pieces from all of this that I want to make sure that I reflect on and save, but I really want to thank folks for bringing all their kind of wisdom and ideas to this process, and giving us a lot of grace for what was potentially an imperfect process. But we did our best.
So clarification purposes, now you're saying that we should vote on this on Thursday, right?
I am not, so
I mean, we have to have a discussion about this. And if you want my input, I would say that, it's one thing to read applications, and when you listen to people, it's a whole different story.
Right.
So personally, for me, there is a lot more now to digest and go over. If this was just reading applications, it was different. So the question is now, do we want to continue this and vote tonight, or we want to take this to Thursday?
I personally don't feel comfortable forming coherent sentences enough in a way to be able to yeah. I would prefer to vote to essentially what we would do is adjourn in recess is I think the term. I'd have to look at the notes that I took when I was more coherent yesterday. And we would essentially come back exactly to where we stopped when we come back to wherever we recess to, but probably Thursday at 6 o'clock, if that's what we decide. We would just essentially come right back to this discussion. And when we finish it, we would go to our regular meeting.
So essentially, we would have to move that we would adjourn the meeting until 6 PM on Thursday, the 9th, right?
Thursday, the 9th, yes.
Yes. In the district boardroom to complete the remaining items on the agenda.
So I will say the only thing that does change from a timeline perspective, and this is like for everyone to know, is that I think initially we had thought, oh, we'll have 6 candidates. We'll have a quick little conversation with each one, and then we'll have a debrief and we'll make a decision, and they'll just get sworn in on Thursday and do votes.
Do vote.
Do vote. I don't think they'll just vote, I think would be the correct wording there. I don't particularly feel comfortable having somebody that we would decide on Thursday also be sworn in on Thursday. Because I don't want to have all of our candidates feel the desperate need to try to read through a packet and feel prepared to vote on it. So I think then we would move the actual, we would still vote on Thursday, but we would move the swearing in, the actual oath of office to the following meeting on the 18th. Is that right? At City Hall, which is, nicer than this beautiful space.
The only thing that I would suggest, and we can also talk about this later as to when we move it. But the meeting on the whatever date that is, the 18th, is my annual missing meeting because I'm in DC with 80 eighth graders.
Right.
So that's fine with me, but we should talk about whether or not it's important to have the full board or not.
Or swearing in or vote?
Well, I'm going to be here for the vote on Thursday.
For the vote.
Swearing in, I mean, that's.
We'll have 4 board members.
Hey, I'm just bringing it up for future discussion.
No, I do. So I think, again, just
I
as
don't know that we can wait because we have to do it within 60
we had a
days.
I thought we had a
So-
deadline.
I don't know if it's appointing or swearing in. We should look into, I know we have the 60-day deadline for sure, but I have to go back and look at whether or not it's the selection of or swearing in
'Cause
of.
our next meeting after that is until the 6th.
Yeah, of November, correct.
So I don't know that we can wait until the 6th
That's fine.
to swear in.
Don't have to.
We'll watch it on Zoom.
Huh?
Watch it on
Said you'll
Zoom.
watch-
Watch it
I can.
on Zoom from the plane.
We'll FaceTime.
No, I'll be, oh, I will. I will be on a plane.
So I think, again, just for, at least, just personally for me, the reason I want this to go to Thursdays again. All your comments, suggestions, really, personally, for me, it's really reminding me why I'm here and what I do. I think the suggestions, your comments, and the willingness to stay here this late was, and I hope my wife is watching, so she'll know that, this is, and I want to thank all of you from bottom of my heart, because really, we are a special community. We do care about our schools. And I was taking a lot of notes because what you're talking about also, the suggestions, the recommendations, it's just fantastic. And again, I thought we'll just look at the applications, you'll come in after you came and give your real, sincere, honest opinion, acknowledging one another. I mean, it was beautiful. This is what our community is about. I believe that I really need to revisit some of these applications based on what I heard and saw today. So Thursday, I think, well, for me, it's better when it comes to the vote. That's just but I do want to thank everyone again from bottom of my heart. Just thank you. This is beautiful. Thank you.
I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
Just what does that do then to our agenda for the 9th in terms of, do we want to move anything over? Because I'm wondering how long we're going to have a discussion.
Yep.
So we need to have enough time for that. So I don't want to be rushed to that. That's something we really do, because basically, so people kind of understand, there's certain things we won't be able to talk to each other. Okay, there's all these rules. So it's not like, well, why don't they just go talk to each other when they get, go have coffee right now? We can't. It's illegal. So basically, we cannot talk until you have notifications. So there's just all these rules and regulations to keep, again, for the transparency. So we want to have that discussion, but I'm thinking is there anything we could kind of look over, maybe think about postponing? And
Well, we
maybe we'll
do
get back
have
to it.
a board meeting on the 16th.
Mhm.
So if there's anything that doesn't legally need to happen on the 9th, we could.
Spill it over to.
We could move it over to, but I don't know what that would necessarily, because we're doing, I would assume we're doing first interim. No, that's not until later. That's not December. I always get October and December.
Miriam.
Give her a heart attack.
Yeah, I just did that just to mess with you, Marion. Getting fast.
That's a good
Okay.
point. So we can have the continuation on.
Yep, we can have the continue. So,
So staff will look at the agenda and make recommendations, and we can do that openly
Thank
on the 9th, any adjustments to the agenda.
Which will be here.
yeah, we'll be here.
It'll be here at the district office, yes.
Thank you.
I also, I make up that our candidates themselves will be reflecting. And again, thank you to everybody who came out and put themselves in the arena for all of Burbank to see and judge. One of our candidates did mention, like, things can get a little spicy. I have, if you didn't know, I have two youngish children in 1st and 3rd grade at an elementary school. Even sometimes I'll mention that, like, today was kind of a hard day, or like I had they call me like I'm a voting girl. And that's kind of all they know about it, other than like my picture is next to the nurse's office. Like they think that's very strange, but the spiciness even of the last couple months, like people in this town can separate that from my kids. Right. And so I would not want anyone to think like, this is a position that you need Secret Service protection for. All right. Like you're like, people in this town can separate that. And I just want to make sure that was clear. That I've never felt like my kids knew anything other than just like, I really don't understand why your picture is next to the nurse's office. And they do go to her all the time. So they see it a lot.
So then I'll make a motion that we adjourn during the October 7th special meeting to Thursday, October 6th at 6 p.m. in the district boardroom to complete the remaining items on this agenda.
Second.
We do that.
It's gonna be discussion.
Before we do that, what about the candidates who were not here? Will they be able to come Thursday? No. Okay.
Don't think so.
Just want to make sure.
One night only production.
We have just clarification. All
No, I
right.
think that's a great clarification to make.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously. Anything else?
Sure, we're adjourned.
Okay, we're adjourned at 10 o'clock exactly.
Take care.
Where'd everybody?
Come bring some Trader Joe's gummy bears. Halloween gummy bears. Best things. Get it fixed before Thursday.
Three
Three.
or four that weren't either told or didn't show.